Outside, the night is soft with the rhythm of rain. Each droplet against the window sounds like a gentle knock, as though life itself is asking for your attention. Perhaps you have felt this kind of night before, when rest would not come easily, when the body longed for sleep, but the mind clung to its restless cycles of what-ifs, hopes, and unfinished thoughts. You may have tried to chase quietness, to force calmness into place, only to feel it slip further from reach, like water slipping through clenched hands. And in that restlessness, there is a question that quietly whispers through the rain. What if peace is not something to chase, but something to allow? What if the stillness you are longing for is not found in effort, but in release? If this message resonates with you, I invite you to gently take a breath. And before we continue, if you feel called, share your current time and country in the comments below. I would love to know where you are listening from tonight. Which corner of the world is breathing with us in this shared moment of stillness? Now, let us begin our journey. Beneath the endless voices of society that tell you to push harder, to hold tighter, to grasp for more, there is a quieter teaching, a wisdom that has been carried through centuries, whispered by sages, by rivers, by the still moonlight itself. This wisdom tells us that what is truly ours never needs to be forced. The flower does not bloom because someone pulls at its petals. It blooms because the right season arrives, because sunlight meets rain, because the soil nourishes it without demand. The same is true for your life. What belongs to your path will come naturally, in its own time, and what does not was never yours to carry. Close your eyes for a moment. If you feel comfortable, let your breath become the soft rhythm of your body's tide. With each inhale, invite the coolness of new air. With each exhale, release the weight of effort, of control, of restless striving. Notice how the body softens without force, how the chest eases when you allow it space. This is the first glimpse of what detachment truly means, not the absence of care, but the gentle opening of the hand that once clenched so tightly. Imagine, if you will, a traveler walking through a forest at dusk. The path is uneven, filled with roots and stones. The traveler holds a lantern, gripping it too tightly, afraid it might fall. The hand aches, the arm tires, the light flickers under the strain. But then, almost in surrender, the traveler loosens their grip. The lantern rests more easily, the flame steadies, and the journey becomes lighter. Detachment is like this, not dropping the lantern, not abandoning light, but carrying it with gentleness, allowing it to shine without strain. So often, we confuse release with giving up, but the rain on the window teaches otherwise. It falls without fear of missing the ground. It does not force its descent. It trusts the pull of gravity, the rhythm of the world, the inevitability of its own landing. And because it trusts, it nourishes everything. It touches the roots of trees, the soil of fields, the streams that carry it onward. Can you feel that same trust stirring in you now? Even faintly, like the soft glow of a hidden ember. The Buddha taught that clinging is the root of suffering, not because the things we desire are wrong, but because we wrap our hearts around them as though they could last forever, as though their impermanence could be held still. And yet, nothing in this world remains unchanged, not the rain, not the lantern flame, not even the breath moving gently in your chest right now. To cling is to fight against the nature of life itself. To release is to finally move with it. Breathe again, deeply. Let the shoulders fall, as though you are setting down a heavy bag you have carried all day. Feel the relief in that image, the way your hands can finally rest when they are no longer gripping. With each breath, you are practicing this ancient art of letting go, not in grand gestures, but in small, soft surrenders. And here, in this practice, the heart begins to heal. The restless thoughts that once spun like storms begin to slow, like clouds drifting apart to reveal the quiet sky. The endless wanting begins to loosen, like vines uncoiling from the branches they once strangled. What remains is space. Space where trust can take root, where compassion can bloom, where you can breathe freely again. You do not need to run after the river to taste its water. You only need to cup your hands when it arrives. In the same way, you do not need to chase destiny, nor force the timing of your life. You only need to remain open, receptive, awake to the gifts that flow naturally toward you when the causes are ready. Perhaps tonight, as you rest here listening, a question rises gently in your heart. Am I ready to set down the weight? Am I ready to stop wrestling with life? To stop clutching at its passing forms, and to trust the quiet rhythm beneath it all? This question does not demand an answer tonight. It only invites you to notice. Notice the way your breath moves. Notice the way your body softens when you stop forcing. Notice the way your mind begins to settle when you allow instead of control. The path we walk together through this story is not about withdrawing from life. It is about stepping into life with clearer eyes, with lighter hands, with a heart more spacious than fear. Detachment is not indifference. It is the warmth of care without the chains of possession. It is the ability to love fully, to support deeply, to live vividly, and yet to let each moment go when it passes. And, as the rain continues its soft rhythm against the window, let us enter this story slowly. Like stepping into a temple at dusk, the lanterns are lit, the air carries the scent of incense, and the silence invites you to rest. Here, we will explore what it means to walk in harmony with impermanence, to discover that what is meant for you will never need to be forced, and that letting go is not the end of love or meaning, but the beginning of true peace. So, lay your worries gently down beside you. Feel your body grow heavier against the bed or the chair. Supported, safe, at ease. The night holds you. The Dharma holds you. And as we continue, remember this: you are not here to force yourself into peace. You are here to remember that peace was waiting all along, like the quiet rain that was already falling outside your window. Somewhere in the heart of the valley, where mist lingers in the folds of the mountains and the soil is dark with memory, there is a small flower. For days, it rested unseen beneath the earth, hidden in darkness, surrounded by stone and root. Yet, even without sunlight, even without proof of what awaited above. It trusted. It trusted the warmth in the soil, the silent pull of life within its seed, the rhythm of the seasons. And when the time was right, not too early, not too late, it began to rise. Slowly, quietly, without force. It pushed through the darkness, touched the light, and opened into bloom. This is the image the Buddha so often used when teaching us about non-forcing. The flower does not strain to open. It does not demand that the sun hurry. It does not compare itself to the tree beside it or the grass around it. It simply unfolds according to conditions. And still, it is beautiful. Still, it fulfills its nature. In the same way, you too are already moving toward your unfolding. You do not need to rush. You do not need to push the soil away faster than its rhythm. You are not late. You are not behind. Close your eyes now, if you wish, and breathe gently. Imagine yourself as that seed resting in dark soil. Feel the safety of that place. There is no need to struggle. There is no need to fear. With every inhale, imagine the soil warming you, protecting you. With every exhale, to feel the weight of unnecessary effort melting away. You are cared for by the earth itself. Perhaps you have been told that to succeed you must always chase, always grip, always be one step ahead. But notice how exhausting that belief feels in your body, the tightness in the chest, the restless turning of thoughts, the unease that comes with comparison, like a river forced to flow uphill. This constant striving drains the spirit. Yet, when you allow life to move naturally, when you trust the flow of causes and conditions, something shifts. The water flows downhill again, easily, gracefully, carrying you without the need for constant struggle. Let us consider a story. Long ago, there was a monk who lived in a quiet monastery at the edge of a bamboo forest. Each morning, he would rise with the sun, sweep the courtyard, and then sit in meditation. One day, a young student arrived and asked him the secret to peace. The monk smiled and handed him a cup of tea. But the student, eager to impress, spoke quickly about all he had read, all he had practiced, all the ways he was pushing himself toward enlightenment. As he spoke, the monk poured tea into the cup until it overflowed, spilling onto the table. The student leapt back. "Why did you do that?" he asked. The monk answered softly, "Because this is how you live. You keep pouring and pouring, forcing life to give you more, even when your cup is already full. Peace will not come until you stop forcing, until you allow the cup to simply be." In that moment, the student fell silent, and slowly, he began to see, this story is not about abandoning effort. The monk still swept the courtyard. He still practiced each day. But he did not rush. He did not force. He lived in alignment with the natural rhythm of life. And so his actions carried a peace that striving could never bring. Take another breath with me now. Feel the rise of the inhale, the fall of the exhale. Notice how your breath does not need to be forced. You cannot demand it be faster or slower without strain. When you let it flow, it finds its own rhythm. This is the same truth that guides your life. Detachment, then, is not emptiness. It is not coldness. It is the art of carrying your life lightly, like the flower rising without effort, like the monk pouring tea with awareness. When you loosen your grip, when you allow the hand to open, you discover that what is meant for you comes more easily than you imagined. Consider for a moment the times in your own life when things unfolded naturally. Perhaps a friendship that bloomed without planning. Perhaps an opportunity that appeared without endless chasing. Did you notice how different it felt? There was no weight of desperation. No constant checking. No fear of missing. It simply arrived, like the morning sun that follows the night without needing to be commanded. And so, let us practice this way of seeing. Imagine now that you are standing beside a river. The water moves steadily, sparkling under the light of the moon. If you try to grasp the water, to hold it in your hands, it slips away. But if you cup your palms gently, you can drink. The same is true of life. Grasping makes everything slip away. Gentle openness allows you to receive. Feel the muscles of your body soften now, as though you are unclenching after a long day. Notice how relief spreads when you no longer force yourself to carry what is heavy. The mind, too, learns to unclench. Thoughts pass like clouds. Emotions drift like leaves on the stream. Nothing needs to be held. Nothing needs to be resisted. The Buddha's wisdom tells us that attachment is the root of suffering, and this suffering is not punishment, but a reminder. A reminder that we are holding too tightly, that our hands are tired, our hearts heavy, our minds restless. But when you loosen the grip, the suffering eases. It is like setting down a basket of stones you never needed to carry. In this moment, let yourself imagine setting down such a basket. Feel the weight, leaving your shoulders, your back, your arms. Breathe in lightness. Breathe out, release. The body grows heavier against the bed. The mind grows lighter. The heart begins to open. The rain that fell outside earlier has softened into silence. The world grows quiet, holding you in its arms. And in that quiet, the flower continues to bloom. Not in a rush, not with fear, but with natural trust. This is the way life unfolds when you allow it. This is the way peace returns when you no longer force it to come. So rest now, beloved listener. Rest in the truth that you are already enough, already on your path, already held by the same rhythm that opens flowers and carries rivers to the sea. You do not need to chase. You only need to breathe, to soften, to allow. And in that allowing, you discover the sweetest gift of all, the realization that peace was never outside of you, never hidden in the chase, but always here, waiting patiently for your return. There is a quiet danger that lives in the heart of spiritual practice, a danger not in letting go itself, but in how easily it can be misunderstood. Many people hear the teaching of detachment and imagine that it means to stop caring, to close the heart, to become indifferent to life and to others. They believe freedom means no longer feeling deeply, no longer loving, no longer being touched by the world. Yet this is not detachment. This is numbness. This is indifference, a mask that hides fear beneath its calm surface. Imagine two hands. One is clenched tightly, refusing to let go of anything. This is attachment. The other is clenched too, but in a different way, refusing to open to anything at all. This is indifference. In both cases, the hand is closed, but the hand of detachment is different. It is open, soft, resting, ready to hold life gently when it arrives, ready to release when it passes, never with force, never with bitterness. As you breathe now, notice your own hands. If they are tight, let them loosen. Let the fingers soften, as if they too are learning the lesson of detachment. With each exhale, feel the opening of space, the absence of strain, the gift of freedom that comes with not needing to hold so tightly. A parable is told of a monk who once walked through a village and saw a child holding a small bird. The child's fist was closed tight around the creature, fearing it would fly away. The bird struggled, gasping for air, wings pressing against the child's grip. The monk knelt down and said, "If you hold too tightly, you may harm the very thing you love." The child, frightened, loosened the hand. The bird sat still, trembling but safe. And then, when it was ready, it flew. The monk smiled and said, "To love is not to hold, but to let breathe." This is detachment, a hand that opens with trust. Indifference would have been the child never picking up the bird at all, never noticing its beauty, never caring whether it lived or died. Can you feel the difference? One comes from wisdom, the other from fear. One expands the heart, the other shrinks it. So often, in our world, indifference is mistaken for strength. People say, "If I care less, I will hurt less." And for a time, it may seem true, but the cost is great. In turning away from pain, you also turn away from joy. In numbing the heart to sorrow, you numb it to love. The shell of indifference may protect, but inside it is empty, heavy, and lonely. Detachment, however, requires courage. It asks you to feel everything, fully: love, loss, joy, grief, and yet not cling, not grasp, not resist the flow of change. Breathe in and notice how the body can hold sensation without needing to control it. Breathe out and notice how each feeling dissolves, replaced by the next. This is detachment in practice: to witness fully, to allow, to release. Consider another story. A traveler came upon two houses in the countryside. In the first house, the people were lively and kind. But when the traveler prepared to leave, they clung to his cloak, begging him to stay, fearing they would lose his presence. Their love felt heavy, suffocating, filled with need. In the second house, the family also welcomed him warmly, offering food and laughter. But when the time came to go, they bowed with gratitude and wished him well on his journey. Their love felt light, like a blessing carried with him into the road ahead. The first house represents attachment, love that cages. The second house represents detachment, love that frees. Indifference would have been no welcome at all. No food, No laughter, no blessing, only a closed door. Which house do you wish your heart to be? Now, allow yourself to rest a little deeper. Let your shoulders sink into the bed, your jaw unclench, your eyelids grow heavy. You are safe to soften. You are safe to open. The heart can release its grip without fear of emptiness. For detachment does not remove love, it refines it. The Buddha spoke of the middle way, the path that avoids extremes. On one side lies clinging, on the other lies rejection. Detachment lives in the middle, where we neither smother nor shut out, where we love without trying to possess, where we feel without drowning in the feeling. Think of a clear lake. If you throw stones into it again and again, the water is disturbed and clouded. This is attachment, always grasping, always disturbing. If you drain the lake entirely, refusing to let anything live there, that is indifference, a barren emptiness. But if you allow the lake to simply be, if you let rain and wind and sunlight come and go, the surface remains clear, reflecting the sky. That is detachment, clarity, openness, peace. Pause now and let your breath be like that clear lake. Thoughts may ripple across the surface, but you do not need to chase them. You do not need to push them away. You simply let them come. Let them go. Let the surface settle on its own. With each breath, you are learning to live as the lake lives, clear, receptive, unforced. This distinction between detachment and indifference is one of the most important on the path of freedom. For if you mistake indifference for wisdom, you will find yourself cut off from compassion, locked inside a shell that feels safe but suffocates the soul. But if you cultivate detachment, compassion flows naturally. You can see another's suffering and respond with kindness. Because you are not tangled in fear or desire, you can love without chains. Because your love is no longer a possession, but a blessing. Tonight, as you rest, let these truths settle in you. Let the hand soften. Let the heart open. Let the body sink into the support beneath it. You are not here to close yourself to life. You are here to learn how to hold it gently, how to release it gracefully, how to love without fear. So drift now, gently, like the bird released into the evening sky, like the flower that opens without effort, like the lake that reflects the moon without clinging to its light. This is detachment. This is freedom. And it is here for you, always. Whenever you are ready to let the hand open and the heart breathe again. There is an image that returns often in Buddhist teaching, the image of the open hand. It is simple, almost childlike, and yet within it rests the entire art of detachment. When the hand is clenched, whether around a coin, a stone, or even empty air, the body tenses, the muscles strain, and there is no ease. But when the hand opens, when the fingers spread softly into the air, there is space, there is trust, there is freedom. Close your eyes gently now and notice your own hands. Perhaps they have been busy all day, typing, carrying, holding, reaching. Allow them to rest. Imagine the palms slowly opening, as if they are releasing invisible burdens. The sensation may be subtle, but notice how the rest of the body follows. The shoulders relax. The jaw loosens. The heart feels a little lighter. This is the power of the open hand, a symbol not only for the body, but for the way we hold life itself. There is an old saying, "Hold sand too tightly, and it slips through your fingers. Hold it gently, and it rests in your palm." How many times have you tried to grip life so firmly that it seemed to run away from you? How often has fear convinced you that the harder you hold on, the safer you will be? Yet the opposite is true. Clinging pushes life away. Softness allows it to stay. A story is told of a young woman who longed for happiness. She believed happiness was like a butterfly that must be caught. She chased it across fields, through forests, down winding paths. But each time she reached for it, it escaped. Exhausted, she collapsed under a tree and wept. In that stillness, she stopped chasing. She opened her hand, placed it upon her lap, and let the tears flow. And then, as if drawn to her openness, the butterfly landed gently upon her palm. She realized in that moment that happiness does not come through force, but through space, through softness, through the courage to open instead of to grasp. Let your breath now mirror that truth. Inhale gently, filling the lungs without effort. Exhale slowly, releasing tension without strain. Each breath is like the butterfly landing softly, unforced, unchased. Notice how natural this rhythm is when you allow it to be. Detachment is often misunderstood as abandonment, as though opening the hand means dropping everything, losing what you love, or retreating from the world. But opening the hand does not mean letting life fall. It means allowing life to rest without suffocation. You can still care, still love, still nurture, but you no longer strangle what you love with fear. Imagine now a river stone, smooth, cool, shaped by countless years of water. If you grip it tightly, your hand tires. If you throw it away, you lose its beauty. But if you hold it lightly, in an open palm, you can admire it, feel its presence, and let it go when the time comes. This is how detachment invites us to hold our relationships, our possessions, our very moments of life lightly, openly, appreciatively. A monk once said, "The closed hand is ruled by fear. The open hand is guided by trust." And indeed, trust is at the heart of detachment. Trust that what is meant to stay will stay, not because you forced it, but because it belongs. Trust that what is meant to leave will leave, and that in its leaving, space is created for new blessings to arrive. Trust that life is wiser than your clinging, and that in surrendering your grip, you do not lose, but gain. Notice how your body feels when you imagine trusting in this way. Notice how your breath deepens, how your chest softens, how your heart feels less burdened. Trust is not an idea. It is a physical state of ease. The body knows when it is no longer fighting reality. It responds with calm, with openness, with rest. Let us return for a moment to the imagery of the open hand. Imagine yourself standing in a field under the wide night sky. Stars glimmer above you, countless, endless. You raise your hand toward the sky, palm open. In that gesture, you are not demanding the stars to fall, nor are you clinging to what you cannot hold. You are simply open, receptive, in awe. This is detachment, to stand beneath the vastness of life, open enough to receive what it offers, humble enough to know you cannot control it. Now, bring the attention inward. Imagine the thoughts in your mind as birds resting in your hand. Some stay for a moment. Some take flight quickly. If you try to close your hand around them, they struggle, and you are left with scratches. If you refuse to let any bird land, you are left with loneliness. But if you let them come and go freely, your hand remains open, and the sky remains alive with movement. This is how to meet thoughts and emotions in meditation. Let them arrive. Let them leave. Do not grasp. Do not reject. Simply be open. The Buddha's teaching of detachment does not ask you to stop caring. It asks you to care wisely. It asks you to love without chains, to give without expectation, to feel without drowning. It asks you to open the hand, the heart, the mind, so that compassion flows more freely. Take another deep breath. With each inhale, imagine your hand opening wider. With each exhale, imagine burdens falling gently away, the old regrets, the heavy fears, the restless demands. Feel the relief of release. Feel the space opening within you. And as you rest in this space, I know that this practice is not about perfection. You will close your hand again. You will cling again. You will forget. But you can always return to this moment, to this breath, to this openness. You can always open the hand again. So rest here, with the palms soft, with the heart soft, with the mind soft. Rest in the truth that you are safe to release, safe to open, safe to trust the rhythm of life. The open hand is not weakness. It is strength. It is the strength to let life move as it will, and to discover peace not in control, but in surrender. There is a path the Buddha called the middle way. It is not the way of grasping, nor is it the way of cold rejection. It is the path that threads gently between extremes, carrying us toward peace. To understand detachment, we must first understand this middle way. For detachment is born in balance, the balance of caring without clinging, of loving without possession, of feeling deeply without drowning in the feeling. Imagine a child in a meadow, chasing a butterfly. The child's laughter fills the air as the butterfly dances just beyond reach. The small hands reach out again and again, but each time the butterfly slips away. At last, exhausted, the child sits in the grass, letting the butterfly go. And in that stillness, the butterfly returns on its own, circling gently, resting on the child's shoulder. This is the lesson of the middle way. When we stop grasping, what is meant for us can arrive naturally, without strain, without fear. Let us pause here together. Breathe in deeply, as though you are inhaling the sweetness of that meadow air. Breathe out slowly, releasing the urgency, the grasping, the endless chase. Notice how, even in your breath, you can feel the difference between forcing and allowing. The inhale arrives on its own. The exhale departs without struggle. This is the rhythm of life itself. The middle way teaches that peace is not in closing the heart. To close the heart is to choose indifference. To say, I will not feel, I will not care, I will not be touched by life. And though this may protect you for a moment, it is a barren protection, empty and cold. True peace comes when you remain open, when you let the butterfly land if it will, and let it fly if it must. A story is told of a king who, after many battles, sought wisdom from a monk. He asked, "Should I rule with a fist of iron, grasping control over my people, or should I withdraw from them entirely, letting them fend for themselves?" The monk smiled and handed the king a lute. "If the string is pulled too tight, it will snap," he said. "If it is too loose, it will not play. Only when it is balanced does it create music." The king bowed his head in silence. In the same way, your own life is a lute. Too much clinging, and the strings of your heart break under pressure. Too much indifference, and no song arises. Balance is the music of compassion. Balance is the middle way. As you listen, perhaps you notice places in your own life where the strings are pulled too tightly, where fear makes you grasp too hard, where expectation strains your love. Or perhaps there are places where the strings hang too loose, where indifference has silenced your care, where you have withdrawn because it seemed easier not to feel. The practice of detachment is not about tightening or loosening further, but about tuning until the sound of your life becomes steady, clear, harmonious. Now, let your body rest into this image. Imagine yourself as that lute. Each breath, a gentle adjustment of the strings. With every inhale, notice where you are too tight, too rigid, too fearful. With every exhale, soften. With each breath, you are tuning yourself toward balance, toward the middle way. The Buddha taught that the middle path is not a compromise, but a freedom. It is not about doing half of one thing and half of another. It is about stepping into a new way of being, beyond the extremes of clinging and rejection. Detachment is the fruit of this path, for it is in balance that the heart learns how to love without fear. Think again of the butterfly resting on the child's shoulder. There is joy in that moment, but no demand. The butterfly is free, and the child is free. This is how true love works. It does not bind. It does not cage. It blesses with presence and lets go with peace. You, too, have butterflies in your life. Relationships, dreams, moments of beauty. When you chase them frantically, they fly farther away. When you ignore them, they vanish into the grass. But when you sit in openness, when you hold space gently, they return in their own time. And whether they stay for a moment or a season, you are at peace. Breathe again. Let the air move through you like a soft wind through tall grass. Feel how your body, too, is part of this meadow, part of this flow, part of this freedom. You do not need to hold every butterfly forever. You only need to welcome them while they are here. Another parable tells of a farmer who planted rice. Each day he watered the fields, tended the soil, removed the weeds. But one season, impatient for the harvest, he began to pull at the young shoots, hoping to make them grow faster. When he returned the next day, all the plants had withered. In forcing growth, he destroyed it. The Buddha told this story to remind us forcing life never works. It is care, not control, that nurtures growth. So, too, in your own heart, you cannot force healing. You cannot force love. You cannot force peace. You can only tend the soil kindness, patience, awareness, and allow life to rise in its own time. This is the way of the middle path. This is the way of detachment. Now, as you rest here, imagine the breath as the farmer's care. With each inhale, you bring water and light. With each exhale, you release the urge to pull, the urge to force. Your heart is the field. Your breath is the care. Peace grows naturally when you stop trying to control the harvest. Notice how your body feels now. A little heavier, a little more surrendered to rest. The muscles soften, the mind slows, the heart opens. This is the fruit of balance. This is the gift of the middle way. You are not asked to give up love. You are asked to release the chains around it. You are not asked to stop caring. You are asked to care wisely, without attachment, without fear. You are not asked to shut your heart. You are asked to let it open so fully that it can hold joy and sorrow, presence and absence, gain and loss, all without breaking. So tonight, as you drift toward sleep, carry this image with you: the butterfly that lands when the hand is open, the lute that sings when the string is balanced, the rice that grows when tended but not pulled. These are the teachings of the middle way. These are the reminders that what is meant for you will arrive naturally, without force, when the conditions are right. And now, breathe gently, release gently, and rest gently in this truth. Indifference often disguises itself as peace, but in truth, it is an emptiness that slowly withers the heart. Where detachment opens space for love to breathe freely, indifference closes the door before love can even enter. It is the refusal to feel, the choice to numb, the turning away from both sorrow and joy. And though at first it may seem easier, indifference carries a cost far heavier than the pain it tries to avoid. Imagine a garden once alive with color. Roses bloomed by the fence, lilies swayed in the breeze, herbs carried fragrance into the evening air. Then, little by little, the gardener stopped tending it. At first, he told himself he was too busy. Later, he said it did not matter. Soon, weeds overtook the flowers. The soil hardened. The air grew still. From a distance, it seemed quiet, peaceful even, but up close it was lifeless. This is indifference, not fiery destruction, but slow neglect. Detachment, however, is different. Detachment is like a gardener who loves the flowers deeply, yet understands they cannot bloom forever. She waters them, tends them, admires their fragrance. And when the season changes, She bows to their impermanence, allows them to fade, and prepares the soil for what will grow next. Her heart is open, not numb. Her love is alive, not abandoned. Take a breath now, and as you exhale, imagine the weeds of indifference leaving your body. With the next inhale, breathe in the freshness of care, not clinging care, not fearful care, but gentle, balanced care. Let this breath be like clear rain falling into the soil of your heart, softening what had become dry, awakening what had grown numb. Psychologists today tell us that when emotions are suppressed, the body carries the burden, the nervous system tightens, stress lingers beneath the surface, anxiety hides in the shadows of silence. The same is true of the soul. Indifference is emotional suppression disguised as wisdom. It says, "I will not feel," but beneath the surface, the heart still longs, still arcs, still knows it was meant to love. A story is told of a man who lost his friend. In his grief, he decided to stop caring altogether, telling himself that to feel nothing was safer than to feel pain. For a time, he seemed calm, unaffected, even strong. But when he walked through the village, the laughter of children no longer touched him. The beauty of sunsets no longer stirred him. The kindness of strangers no longer warmed him. He had closed the door not only to sorrow, but also to joy. Years later, he realized he was not living. He was only existing in a shell of indifference. Detachment would have allowed him to grieve, to feel sorrow fully, and then to release. Detachment would have softened his pain by showing him that loss is part of the rhythm of life, that love does not vanish when form changes, that memory can remain while suffering dissolves. Indifference denied him that healing. It silenced not only his grief, but also his capacity for love. Breathe again. Inhale fully. And as you exhale, whisper silently, "I allow myself to feel." Repeat it softly within your heart. I allow myself to feel. This is the courage of detachment, the willingness to face emotion without clinging, without drowning, without turning away. Think of your own life. Perhaps there are places where indifference has crept in, places where you told yourself it was safer not to care. Perhaps it was in relationships, when love felt too risky. Perhaps in dreams, when failure felt too painful. Perhaps in your own heart, when hope felt too fragile. Indifference promised protection, but notice what it took away: joy, connection, the vibrant music of being alive. The Buddha never taught us to stop caring. He taught us to care without grasping, to walk the middle way. He spoke of compassion as the heart of wisdom. Without compassion, wisdom becomes dry, like a seed never watered. Without wisdom, compassion burns out, like a flame with no oil. Detachment is where wisdom and compassion meet. Indifference is where both are lost. Pause now and imagine your heart as a garden. See where weeds of indifference may have taken root. Some patches may feel dry, lifeless. Do not judge them. Simply notice. Now, imagine rain falling, the rain of awareness, of breath, of kindness. See the soil soften. See new shoots rising. Feel the warmth of sunlight returning. This is what happens when you choose detachment over indifference. The garden of your heart begins to live again. Another parable tells of two travelers crossing a desert. One carried a heavy jar of water, clinging to it with fear, so afraid to lose it that he barely drank. He suffered from thirst, though the jar was full. The second traveler, weary of suffering, smashed his jar upon the ground, saying, "If I cannot hold it forever, I will hold nothing." But in his indifference, he too perished. A third traveler walked lightly, drinking when thirsty, sharing when asked, refilling when possible. He did not cling. He did not abandon. And so, he survived. This third traveler is the image of detachment. He honored the water without chaining himself to it. He received it with gratitude, released it when needed, and trusted that life would provide again. This is the wisdom of balance. This is the way to live, not in grasping, not in rejecting, but in walking gently with what is. Breathe now, as though you are that traveler. Ich inhale, a sip of water. Ich exhale, the release of fear. Notice how light the journey feels when you are no longer clutching nor throwing away, but simply walking, step by step, with balance. The danger of indifference is that it convinces us we are safe when in truth we are empty. It builds walls around the heart, but walls keep out light as well as storms. Detachment, by contrast, asks us to open the windows, to let the winds of joy and sorrow pass through, to trust that the house of the heart is strong enough to endure. Tonight, as you prepare for sleep, let yourself reflect gently. Where have I mistaken indifference for wisdom? Where have I silenced my heart in the name of peace? And as you breathe, let those walls soften. Allow yourself to care again, not with grasping, not with fear, but with openness, with trust, with detachment. Feel your body grow heavier against the bed. Feel the breath slow, the thoughts soften, the heart open, just a little more. You are safe here. You are free to feel without being broken, free to love without chains, free to live without fear. This is the gift of detachment. This is the healing path beyond indifference. And as you drift toward sleep, let the image of the garden stay with you. The weeds may return, the soil may dry again, but with each breath of awareness, with each act of gentle care, you bring life back. The heart will bloom again, again and again. With every season of release, when the heart is open, compassion flows as naturally as water from a spring. You do not need to force it, and you do not need to protect it. It arises when you are no longer tangled in clinging or clouded by indifference. Detachment, far from closing the heart, allows compassion to move freely, without fear of being drained, without demand for return. It is in detachment that love becomes pure, generous, and enduring. Consider the story of a monk who lived in a small hermitage near a dusty road. Each day he tended a small vegetable garden and drew water from a nearby stream. His life was simple, his days filled with meditation and silence. One afternoon, as the sun burned hot upon the earth, a weary traveler appeared, parched and weak from the long journey. The monk invited him to sit beneath the shade of a tree, brought him water, and shared his humble meal. The traveler ate gratefully and asked, "Why are you so generous with me, when you do not know who I am?" The monk smiled softly and replied, "Because I do not need to know who you are in order to recognize my own reflection in your thirst." This is the essence of compassion in detachment. The monk did not give to gain favor, nor did he fear being taken advantage of. He gave because his heart was open, because he was free from the weight of self-centered clinging. He saw the traveler not as a stranger, but as part of the same great whole, as another wave in the ocean of being. Take a slow breath now, and as you exhale, imagine your own heart softening, opening like a lotus upon the surface of a still pond. With each breath, feel compassion blooming, not from effort, but from release. Many people fear that detachment will make them cold, distant, or uncaring. But the opposite is true. When you are attached, your love is often clouded by fear. Fear of losing, fear of not being loved in return, fear of being hurt. That fear makes your love heavy, conditional, grasping. When you are indifferent, love is absent altogether. But when you are detached, love flows cleanly, without the weight of fear, without the poison of expectation. Think of the sun. It does not shine only for those who praise it, nor does it withhold light from those who curse it. It shines because shining is its nature. Detachment makes love like the sun, radiant, unconditional, steady, not controlled by the changing winds of human approval. Close your eyes gently now and bring someone you care for into your mind. Notice the feelings that arise. Perhaps joy, perhaps warmth, perhaps even fear or longing. Now, imagine those feelings without chains. Imagine loving them, without needing them to be different, without demanding they remain forever, without clinging to what must someday change. Imagine your love as sunlight, warm, life-giving, and free. This is detachment. This is compassion unbound. Another story tells of a teacher who carried a bowl of water to his students. He held it tightly, hands trembling, and said, "This is attachment." The water spilled. The bowl shook. Then he set the bowl gently upon the ground, refusing to touch it at all. "This is indifference," he said. The water grew stale, unused. Finally, he picked up the bowl lightly, carried it easily, and offered water to each student in turn. "And this," he said, "is detachment." Water shared freely, carried lightly, given with compassion. Pause for a moment and notice the bowl of your own heart. How do you carry it? Do you grip it so tightly that your hands ache? Do you leave it untouched, fearful of the weight? Or can you carry it lightly, steadily, offering its water to those who thirst? Breathe again. Inhale deeply. Exhale slowly. With each breath, imagine your heart growing lighter, your love growing freer, your compassion flowing more naturally. Notice how the body relaxes when you no longer carry love as a burden, but as a gift. The Buddha often spoke of metta, loving kindness, and karuna, compassion. These qualities bloom when the self softens, when the illusion of separateness fades. Attachment clings to the idea of me and mine. Indifference turns away from you, but detachment dissolves both, leaving only love that flows because there is no barrier, no wall, no chain. Imagine now that you are sitting beside a calm river. The water flows steadily, sparkling in the light. You dip your hand into it, feel its coolness, then let it slip away. You do not try to own the river. You do not dam it or hoard it. You let it flow, and in its flow, it nourishes the land, quenches the thirsty, carry life forward. Your compassion, too, is meant to flow like this, not stored, not clung to, but shared, moving naturally, endlessly renewed. As you rest deeper, let your body soften further into the bed. Feel the muscles in your face relax, the jaw unclench, the breath ease. Allow yourself to receive compassion as well as give it. For just as the monk gave to the traveler, so too does the universe give to you the air you breathe, the ground that supports you, the rhythm of your own heart. You are already being nourished. You are already being held. And from that place of being nourished, your love can flow. You do not need to empty yourself in fear of running out. You do not need to close yourself to protect what you have. Compassion is not a finite resource. Like the spring that feeds the river, it arises endlessly when the heart is open. Tonight, as you drift towards sleep, let this truth settle within you that your love does not need to be chained to be real, that your compassion does not need to be forced to be strong. It flows most freely when you are light, when you are open, when you are detached. So breathe again, gently. Feel your body heavy, your heart open, your spirit soft. Imagine the monk by the roadside, offering water to the traveler. Imagine the sun shining upon all beings without preference. Imagine the river flowing without end. These are the images of detachment alive with compassion. And as you rest, let yourself be both giver and receiver. Let compassion flow into you and through you. Let it soothe you, heal you, carry you into the quiet peace of the night. Love, in its purest form, is not possession. It is not the closing of a cage, nor the chaining of another's wings. Love is a blessing, not a contract. It is a warmth that lights the night, not a rope that binds. When we confuse love with ownership, we turn what is beautiful into something heavy, something suffocating. But when we love without owning, we discover a freedom so tender, so luminous, that both we and those we love can breathe deeply within it. Imagine two lanterns shining in the darkness. One is held tightly within a glass case, sealed, so that no wind can touch it. No change can disturb it. The flame inside grows dim, starved of air, until at last it fades away. The other lantern is carried gently, shielded from harsh winds, but open enough to breathe. Its flame dances, grows, and shines long into the night. The first lantern is love turned into possession. The second is love, alive in detachment. Take a deep breath now, and as you exhale, imagine the lantern you carry in your heart. Is it locked in glass, suffocating under fear and control? Or is it held gently, protected but free to shine? Notice the difference not only in the image, but in the way your body feels when you imagine each. The tightness of fear, the heaviness of ownership, compared with the lightness, the warmth, the ease of open love. A parable tells of a wise woman who once said to her beloved, "You are not mine. You are not my possession, nor my reflection, nor my guarantee. You are a traveler in this life, as am I. And for this brief time, our paths meet. Let us walk together with kindness, knowing that when the road divides, the love we shared will continue to live in us, not as chains, but as blessings." Her beloved wept, not from sorrow, but from the deep relief of being loved in this way fully, yet freely. This is love without ownership, a love that honors presence without demanding permanence, a love that gives without measuring return, a love that trusts the natural rhythm of arrival and departure. Close your eyes now, and let us do a gentle body scan to anchor this truth. Begin with the crown of your head. Feel the scalp soften, as though a cool breeze were brushing through your hair. Move slowly down to the forehead, releasing lines of tension, smoothing the skin as if love itself was softening your thoughts. Allow the eyes to rest heavy in their sockets, the eyelids like curtains closing gently at twilight. Bring attention to the jaw. Release its grip. Let it hang softly, as though you are smiling without effort. Then, to the neck and shoulders, places where we so often carry the weight of control, the burden of trying to hold others, to hold life itself. With each exhale, imagine those burdens melting away. The shoulders sink, the chest opens, the heart breathes. Move now through the arms, down to the hands. Imagine them as open palms, not fists. Feel how natural it is to open, to release, to let life flow through your hands, instead of being trapped within them. Continue down through the belly, softening the stomach, releasing the tightness of fear, allowing warmth and ease to fill the center of your body. Down through the hips, the thighs, the knees, the calves, the feet. With each breath, feel your whole body resting more deeply, more openly, more freely. You are safe here. You are supported here. You are free to love without fear, to release without losing, to rest without striving. Return now to the image of the two lanterns. See again the one trapped in glass, its flame dying in suffocation. See the other carried gently, open to the air, its flame glowing bright. Which lantern will you choose to carry in your heart? Which way of love feels truer to your spirit? The Buddha once compared clinging love to a chain. At first, it feels like safety, like holding someone close. But as time passes, the chain grows heavy, pulling both hearts down. True love, he said, is like the wings of a bird, shared flight, shared sky, but never bound. When love is free, it lifts both the lover and the beloved higher. Think of the people you love now, Can you hold them in your heart without clutching? Can you bless them with freedom, knowing that their joy is part of yours, that their journey is their own, that your love does not diminish when it releases control? This is not easy, for the mind craves certainty, permanence, possession. But love in detachment is braver, stronger, more enduring. A mother once asked the Buddha, "How can I love my child, knowing one day he will grow, leave, and perhaps even die before me?" The Buddha answered, "Love him today, love him fully, but do not seek to own him. His life is not yours to control, but your love can be his shelter as he walks his path. When you love in this way, loss will still come, but suffering will not drown you, for you will know that love, once given, never dies." Breathe again, letting that truth seep into your heart. Love, once given, never dies. It becomes part of the great river of compassion, flowing endlessly through time, nourishing countless lives. You do not need to own it to keep it. You only need to release it, to trust it, to let it shine like the lantern carried gently through the night. As your body grows heavier with rest, imagine yourself walking with that lantern. Its light glows softly, illuminating your path. It does not strain. It does not demand. It simply shines. And in its light, you can see your own freedom, reflected: the freedom to love without fear, the freedom to care without chains, the freedom to walk gently, with an open hand and an open heart. So rest now. Rest in the warmth of love, unbound. Love that breathes. Love that frees. Rest in the safety of knowing you do not need to cage what you love to keep it. Rest in the peace of the lantern that shines because it is allowed to, not because it is forced. Impermanence is often seen as something to fear, yet, in truth, it is the very reason life is precious. Without change, there would be no growth, no renewal, no beauty in fleeting moments. A flower that never faded would never teach us gratitude. A sunset that never ended would never inspire awe. It is because everything passes that everything shines. There is a village in the mountains where, each year, the people gather for a lantern festival. As twilight falls, they light paper lanterns and release them into the sky. Children laugh as the glowing lights rise gently, carried by the evening wind. Families hold hands, whispering blessings into the night. The lanterns float higher and higher until they vanish among the stars. Some villagers feel a pang of sadness as their lantern disappears, but most smile, knowing that the beauty of the moment is in its passing. If the lanterns burned forever, the night would not feel as magical. It is their impermanence that makes them radiant. So too with our lives. We cannot keep each moment, nor can we hold the people we love forever. But we can cherish them while they are here. And in cherishing, we discover joy deeper than ownership, richer than permanence. Breathe gently now. Inhale, as if you are drawing in the glow of a lantern. Exhale, as if you are releasing it into the night sky. Each breath is like that lantern arriving, glowing for a time, then passing. And yet, Even when it passes, it is part of the great rhythm, the great unfolding. The Buddha often spoke of impermanence, anicca, as one of the three marks of existence. Everything conditioned, he said, is subject to change. To resist this is to suffer. To accept this is to be free. When we cling to what must change, we are like those who grasp at the lantern, refusing to let it rise. Our hands burn, our hearts ache, and still the lantern slips away. But when we release, we find joy in the rising, beauty in the flight, peace in the vanishing. A parable tells of a master who once handed his disciple a delicate glass cup. "This cup," the master said, "is already broken." The disciple frowned, confused, for the cup was intact. The master explained, "When I drink from it, I enjoy it fully. When the sun reflects upon it, I admire its beauty, but I know that someday it will fall and shatter. For me, it is already broken, and because I accept this, I am free to enjoy it without fear." Can you see the wisdom here? By embracing impermanence, the master did not lose appreciation, he deepened it. Each sip was more precious because it was fleeting. Each moment with the cup was a gift because it could not last. So too in our lives, when we see that everything is already passing, we do not despair. We awaken to the miracle of now. Take another breath. With the inhale, whisper silently to yourself, "This moment is a gift." With the exhale, I release it with peace. Repeat gently, letting the rhythm of breath and words carry you into stillness. Impermanence is not cruelty. It is nature's way of keeping the heart awake. Without impermanence, we would take everything for granted. With it, we bow in gratitude. Think of the cherry blossoms that bloom for only a short season. People travel far to see them, not despite their briefness, but because of it. The blossoms teach us to treasure beauty precisely because it will not stay. Perhaps there are moments in your own life you wish could last forever, the warmth of a loved one's embrace, the laughter shared in a quiet kitchen, the peace of a morning walk. To cling to these moments, to demand they stay, is to lose them twice, once in their passing, and once in your resistance. But to accept them, to bless them, to let them go when they end, is to keep them forever in the heart, where they cannot fade. Imagine now that you are standing by a river. The water flows past, carrying leaves and petals. Some drift near you, some far away, some vanish around the bend. You cannot hold the river still, but you can stand in awe of its flow. You can place your hand in its current, feel its coolness, and release it again. This is life, a river of impermanence, carrying everything we love, everything we lose, everything we are, and in its movement lies its beauty. Another story tells of a young monk who asked his teacher, "How can I live without fear of loss?" The teacher picked up a rose and said, "See how beautiful it is. It is already dying, but because of this, I love it more." The knowledge of its impermanence makes its fragrance sweeter, its colors more vivid, its presence more sacred. Close your eyes now and picture a lantern rising into the night sky. With each breath, imagine You are releasing one of your own worries, one of your own attachments, into that lantern. Watch it float upward, glowing, and then fading. Notice the lightness in your chest as you let it go. Impermanence teaches us that nothing can be clung to, but it also teaches that nothing is wasted. Every moment, every love, every experience becomes part of the great tapestry of being. The lantern may vanish from sight, but its flame mingled with the night sky, its warmth carried into memory, its beauty forever part of the heart that witnessed it. So tonight, as you rest, do not fear the passing of moments. Treasure them as lanterns rising. Hold them gently while they glow, then release them with gratitude when they fade. This is the art of living with impermanence. This is the freedom of detachment. Rest now in the rhythm of your breath. Lantern after lantern, moment after moment, rising, glowing, fading, releasing. You are safe. You are free. You are part of the great sky where every lantern, every moment, every love belongs. Wisdom and compassion are often spoken of as two separate qualities. But, in truth, they are like two wings of a bird. With only one, the bird cannot fly. With both, it soars freely into the sky. Wisdom without compassion can become cold, detached in a way that lacks warmth. Compassion without wisdom can burn out quickly, overwhelmed by the suffering it encounters. Together, they create balance, strength, and freedom. The Buddha once said that true awakening is not found only in the quiet of the mind, nor only in the tenderness of the heart, but in the union of the two. To see clearly and to love deeply, this is the middle way of liberation. Detachment, then, is not an escape from love. It is love guided by wisdom, and wisdom softened by love. Imagine yourself as that bird with two wings. One wing is the clear sight of wisdom, the ability to see impermanence, to understand the nature of suffering, to recognize the futility of clinging. The other wing is compassion, the tender response of the heart, the gentle wish that all beings be free from suffering, the openness to share warmth with the world. When both wings move together, you rise above the storms of life. You are no longer trapped on the ground of fear and desire. Take a deep breath. With the inhale, feel wisdom enter clear, spacious, like the wide sky. With the exhale, feel compassion flow warm, gentle, like a soft breeze. Let each breath become a wing beat, lifting you higher into ease, into freedom. A story is told of a young student who asked his teacher, which is more important, wisdom or compassion? The teacher answered, which is more important to the bird, the left wing or the right? The student fell silent, realizing the truth. They cannot be separated. Consider what happens when wisdom is alone. Imagine a mountain of ice, clear, steady, enduring. It sees all things for what they are, but it does not melt in kindness. It cannot warm the heart of a weary traveler. This is wisdom without compassion, true but cold. Now, imagine a blazing fire. It warms, it comforts, it lights the night. But if it burns without direction, It consumes itself, leaving only ash. This is compassion without wisdom, loving, but unsustainable. Yet when you bring the cool clarity of wisdom to temper compassion, and the warmth of compassion to soften wisdom, they become like the steady flame of a lantern, bright, enduring, safe. Close your eyes now and picture that lantern. Its light is steady, not flickering wildly, not frozen in stillness. This is the union of wisdom and compassion. This is the heart of detachment, not running from life, not drowning in it, but holding it with clarity and care. Think of how this balance feels in your own life. Perhaps there were times you saw clearly that holding on would cause suffering. Yet your heart resisted, afraid to let go. Wisdom spoke, but compassion clung. Or perhaps there were times you gave and gave until you were exhausted, forgetting to see clearly what was possible and what was not. Compassion spoke, but wisdom slept. These moments remind us why we need both wings. Without balance, we fall. With balance, we soar. Breathe again. Inhale a wisdom, the spacious sky. Exhale, compassion, the warm breeze. With each breath, feel yourself lifting higher, lighter, freer. A parable tells of a fisherman who rescued a bird tangled in his net. He untangled it carefully and held it in his hands. The bird looked into his eyes, trembling. The fisherman thought, "If I keep it, I will always have its beauty." But wisdom whispered, "It will wither in a cage." Compassion whispered, "It longs to fly." He opened his hands, and the bird soared into the sky, singing. In that moment, he felt a joy deeper than possession, the joy of love guided by wisdom, the joy of wisdom softened by love. This is detachment alive with both wings. It does not suffocate. It does not turn away. It sees clearly and loves deeply. Let us now rest in guided relaxation. Begin by noticing your breath, the rise and fall, like wings lifting and lowering. Imagine, with each inhale, clarity enters you. With each exhale, kindness flows outward. Inhale, wisdom. Exhale, compassion. Feel the balance in your body, the harmony in your breath. Bring attention to your chest, where the heart beats. Imagine it as a lotus flower. One petal is wisdom, the other is compassion. When both are open, the flower blossoms fully, radiating light. Rest in that light. Feel it spreading through your chest, through your arms, through your whole being. Notice how safe you feel when both qualities are present. Wisdom tells you that everything changes, that clinging is futile. Compassion tells you that even in change, you are not alone, that kindness surrounds you. Together, they cradle you, like gentle hands holding you as you rest. Now, picture yourself as the bird once more. The night sky is vast, filled with stars. With each breath, your wings carry you higher. You do not fear falling, for both wings are strong. You do not fear the dark, for you carry the light of the lotus within. You soar with ease, carried by balance. This is the path of freedom, This is the gift of detachment guided by wisdom and compassion. As you drift deeper into rest, remember that you do not need to choose between head and heart. You do not need to sacrifice clarity for love, nor love for clarity. Both live within you. Both are yours. Both are needed. With them, you will navigate every change, every loss, every joy, every moment with grace. So breathe gently now. Inhale the sky. Exhale the breeze. Inhale wisdom. Exhale compassion. Let the wings carry you into peace. There is a truth as old as the soil itself. Nothing blossoms before its season. The farmer may prepare the land, scatter the seeds, and water the earth, but he cannot command the sprout to appear before its time. The seed listens only to the language of causes and conditions, the warmth of the sun, the coolness of rain, the patience of days and nights. This is karma, the unfolding of life, not by demand, but by the natural rhythm of cause and effect. Close your eyes now and imagine yourself as that farmer. You stand in a wide field beneath the morning sky. The soil is dark, fertile, waiting. In your hands are seeds, each one a dream, a hope, an intention. With care, you place them into the earth. Not too deep, not too shallow. You cover them gently, trusting the ground to hold them. As you rise, you know that you cannot rush their growth. You can only return each day to water, to tend, to trust. This is the teaching of non-forcing. It does not mean we do nothing. The farmer still works, still bends his back beneath the sun, still carries water from the stream, but he does not try to pull the sprout from the soil. He does not shout at the seed to hurry. He honors the truth that all things unfold according to their causes. Breathe deeply now. With your inhale, imagine placing a seed in the earth. With your exhale, release the urge to control its growth. Inhale loving, exhale trusting. Let this rhythm guide you into stillness. So much of human suffering comes from the belief that we can force outcomes. We cling to timing, to certainty, to the idea that our will alone can bend the universe. Yet life is not a machine to be commanded. It is a garden to be tended. Karma teaches that every action is a seed. Some sprout quickly, others take years. Some never rise at all. But each is carried by conditions beyond our sight. To live wisely is to plant with care, to water with kindness, to release with trust. There is a parable of a young man who planted bamboo. For the first year, nothing grew above the soil. The second year, still nothing. The third and fourth years, the same. His neighbors laughed, telling him he had wasted his effort. But he continued to water, to tend, to wait. In the fifth year, the bamboo shot up, rising tall and strong, growing higher in weeks than other plants did in months. The man smiled, for he knew the bamboo had been growing all along, building roots unseen. So it is with our lives. Much of what matters most happens underground, beyond our sight. Healing, growth, transformation. They do not always show themselves quickly, but they are building roots, preparing for the day they will rise. Detachment is trusting this unseen work. not forcing the sprout to appear, not despairing when the soil looks empty. Breathe again. Inhale patience. Exhale trust. Let the body soften with each breath, like soil softening after rain. A story tells of a woman who longed for love. She prayed. She searched. She demanded the universe bring her the one she desired. But her heart was restless, her days anxious. One evening, exhausted, she sat by the river and let go. She whispered, "If love is meant for me, it will come. Until then, I will live gently, planting seeds of kindness." Years passed, and in time, love came not because she forced it, but because the seeds she had planted had grown into the person she had become. Her patience had made her heart fertile, ready to receive what was meant for her. This is karma. We cannot command the fruit, but we can tend the soil. We cannot rush the seasons, but we can live in harmony with them. As you rest deeper, picture yourself planting seeds along your path. One seed of kindness, one seed of patience, one seed of generosity, one seed of forgiveness. With each breath, lay another seed in the earth. Feel the satisfaction of planting, knowing that growth will come when the conditions are right. You do not need to force. You only need to trust. The Buddha taught that right effort is not about straining. It is about tending wisely. It is the effort of the farmer, not the effort of the soldier. One fights, the other nurtures. One seeks to conquer, the other to care. Non-forcing does not mean passivity. It means aligning with the natural flow, knowing when to act and when to wait, when to water and when to rest. Think of a river. If you row against it, you exhaust yourself. If you drift carelessly, you may be carried astray. But if you learn to move with its current, guiding lightly, you travel with ease. This is non-forcing. This is wisdom alive in action. Now, let your breath be that river. Inhale, the current carries you forward. Exhale, you surrender into its flow. Feel the ease that comes when you stop fighting the water, when you trust it to guide you. Perhaps tonight, as you listen, you remember a time when you forced too much, when you tried to pull the sprout, to command the river, to demand life unfold on your schedule. Remember the exhaustion of that struggle. And now, remember also the times when you let go, when you trusted, when you allowed space for life to move. Notice the difference in your heart, in your breath, in your body. The truth is, what is meant for you cannot miss you, and what is not meant for you cannot stay. Your work is not to force, but to prepare, to nurture, to trust. Like the farmer, plant your seeds. Like the river, let the current carry you. Like the bamboo, know that roots are growing even when the soil looks bare. So rest now, dear listener. Rest in the rhythm of karma, in the trust of non-forcing. Rest in the knowledge that your seeds are planted. Your work is enough. Your patience will bloom. Rest in the peace that comes when you release control and allow life to unfold in its own perfect time. There is a subtle but powerful difference between effort and forcing. Both involve energy. Both involve action, but one flows with life while the other fights against it. The Buddha called this right effort an effort that is steady, balanced, and aligned with the truth of things. Forcing, on the other hand, is born of fear and impatience. It grasps, it pushes, it strains, and in the end, it leaves us exhausted, like a bird beating its wings against a closed window. Imagine now that you are sitting in a small wooden boat on a wide river. The water is moving gently, carrying you forward. If you relax, the current will guide you. If you take up the oars, you can steer lightly, aligning yourself with the flow. This is right effort, action guided by trust, gentle yet purposeful. But if you insist on rowing upstream, fighting the current, each stroke becomes a battle. Your arms ache, your breath grows harsh, your spirit feels defeated. This is forcing effort born of resistance to what is. Take a breath, inhale, and feel the ease of floating with the current. Exhale, and release the need to row against life. With each breath, let yourself drift deeper into the truth of right effort. A story is told of a disciple who asked his teacher, "If enlightenment cannot be forced, should I simply wait for it to come?" The teacher replied, "If you are sitting in a boat, do you stop rowing altogether and let the river carry you into rocks? No. You guide, you adjust, you remain attentive, but you do not fight the river itself." In the same way, practice requires effort, but not struggle. Right effort is like tending a fire. If you pile too much wood too quickly, the fire smothers. If you neglect it entirely, it dies. But if you feed it steadily, gently, with care, it burns bright through the night. Your practice, your healing, your journey in life is the same. Too much forcing smothers the flame. Too little attention, and it fades. Balanced effort sustains. Consider your own days. How often have you forced yourself into decisions, into outcomes, into timelines, and found yourself weary, discouraged? And how often, when you moved gently, steadily, without strain, did things unfold more easily? Right effort does not mean doing nothing. It means doing what is needed. No more, no less. With a spirit of calm attentiveness rather than restless control. Pause for a moment. Place a hand gently on your chest. Feel the rise and fall of your breath. This rhythm is the perfect image of right effort. You do not force each inhale. It comes naturally. You do not cling to each exhale. It releases on its own. Yet you remain engaged, alive, present within the flow. Breath is neither forced nor abandoned. It is guided by the body's wisdom, balanced and free. A parable tells of a young archer who pulled his bowstring with all his strength, determined to shoot his arrow the farthest. But the string snapped, and the arrow fell uselessly to the ground. Another archer pulled gently, with steadiness and precision, and his arrow flew true. The first archer forced, the second practiced right effort. This is how life works. Forcing is strain. Right effort is precision. Forcing is fear. Right effort is trust. Now, imagine again that you are in the boat on the river. The night is calm. The stars glimmer above. You rest the oars lightly in your hands, guiding without struggle, floating without fear. The water carries you steadily forward. You do not know every bend of the river, but you trust its course. This is the practice of detachment alive in action. Let us deepen this into a floating meditation. Close your eyes, if they are not already closed. Feel your body as though it were lying in a boat. The bed beneath you is the boat's wooden frame, holding you safely. The river is the breath, flowing steadily beneath you. With each inhale, imagine the boat rising gently on a swell of water. With each exhale, imagine it gliding forward with ease. You are safe. You are supported. You do not need to force the journey. The river carries you. As you drift, imagine the burdens you have been forcing, perhaps expectations you placed upon yourself, or outcomes you demanded from life. Picture them as heavy stones in the boat. One by one, lift them gently and release them into the river. Watch the current carry them away. Notice how much lighter the boat feels, how much more easily it moves. Your breath deepens. Your heart eases. You are free. Right effort does not ask you to abandon discipline. It asks you to practice in balance. Meditation, kindness, mindfulness, generosity. These are the steady strokes of the oar. They move you forward gently, without strain. But when you force, when you demand perfection, when you punish yourself for not being far enough along, you exhaust the spirit. Think of a garden once more. The gardener waters each day, pulls weeds, tends the soil. But she does not shout at the seeds to grow faster. She does not dig them up to check their roots. She trusts. She works steadily, patiently, gently. This is right effort. As you listen now, perhaps you can feel where in your life you have been rowing upstream. Notice the tightness in those memories, the exhaustion, the resistance, and then notice where you have floated with the current, where things unfolded with ease when you stopped forcing. Feel the difference. Let your body rest in the memory of ease. Breathe deeply once more. Inhale, the river carries you. Exhale, you release the oars into its flow. Inhale, steady effort. Exhale, release of struggle. Rest in this rhythm. Rest in this trust. Tonight, let the river carry you into sleep. You do not need to control its course. You do not need to force the current. You are safe to rest, safe to release, safe to let the gentle rhythm of right effort guide you into peace. Desire is like a flame. At first, it flickers brightly, promising warmth, promising light, but left unchecked, it consumes its own fuel and fades into smoke. This is the nature of desire. It always dissolves. Sometimes slowly, sometimes suddenly, but never permanently satisfied. The Buddha saw this clearly and spoke of it as one of the roots of suffering, not because longing is evil, but because it is endless, always chasing, never resting. Imagine holding a candle in your hand on a windy night. You shield it carefully, hoping the flame will last. but the wind tugs at it, the wax melts, and eventually the light sputters out. No matter how tightly you shield it, the flame cannot be eternal. And so it is with every desire we cling to. We believe that once fulfilled, it will bring lasting peace. Yet soon another longing arises, another flame to protect, another restless chase. Take a slow breath now. Inhale gently, feeling the rise of desire in its natural form, the wish for happiness, for safety, for love. Exhale slowly, noticing how even the strongest craving softens as the breath releases. Desire, too, can be exhaled. It dissolves when you stop feeding it, when you stop clutching the candle against the wind. A parable tells of a king who filled his palace with treasures, jewels, silks, and golden statues. He believed that if he surrounded himself with beauty, he would finally be at peace. But each time a new treasure arrived, he found the satisfaction fading. He longed for more, greater, brighter, newer. One day, he met a wandering monk who carried nothing but a bowl. The king asked, "Why do you own so little?" The monk replied, "Because I do not need more to feel whole. My peace is not in what I hold, but in what I release." The king realized then that his desires had become chains, binding him more tightly with each jewel he acquired. The monk, though poor in possessions, was rich in freedom. Consider your own life. How many desires have you chased, believing they would be the one to complete you? And how often, once attained, did they dissolve, leaving you searching for the next? This is not failure. It is the nature of desire itself. Like the candle, it cannot burn forever. To expect it to do so is to suffer. But the Buddha did not tell us to destroy desire with violence. He taught us to see it clearly, to understand its impermanence, and to let it pass, like clouds across the sky. When you stop clinging to each longing, when you allow it to rise and fall naturally, it loses its power to chain you. Breathe again. Inhale, notice any desire stirring within you. Exhale, let it soften. Let it dissolve. Inhale, the flame flickers. Exhale, the flame fades. Rest in the rhythm of arising and passing. There is a story of a young woman who longed for recognition. She worked tirelessly, hoping for praise, fearing disapproval. At last, she received the honor she craved. But the joy was brief. Soon, her mind turned to the next goal, the next accolade. Exhausted, she sought the guidance of a teacher. He said, "What you chase is like writing in water. The moment you finish, it is gone. If you wish for peace, learn to sit beside the river without needing to write." This is the heart of detachment from desire, not the denial of joy, not the refusal to act, but the release of chains. When you see desire for what it is, temporary, fleeting, dissolving, you can enjoy its warmth without being consumed by its fire. Imagine now that you are lying beside a field at dusk. Fireflies flicker in the air, small lights glowing briefly before vanishing into the night. They are like desires appearing, shining, fading. If you chase them, you will tire quickly. If you simply watch, you can enjoy their beauty without need to capture. Let your breath be like this, watching. Inhale, a firefly glows. Exhale, it fades. Inhale, longing arises. Exhale, longing passes. Take this practice deeper into your body. Begin with your chest. Notice if there is a tightness there, the grip of wanting. With your exhale, let it soften. Move to your belly. Notice if it clenches, as though trying to hold on to something unseen. With your exhale, release. Move down through the legs, the arms, the hands. Notice where desire has lodged itself as tension. With each exhale, let it dissolve. The Buddha said, "From craving springs grief. From craving springs fear. For him who is wholly free from craving, there is no grief. Whence fear?" Notice how your body feels when you imagine freedom from craving. No longer a constant reaching. No longer a restless clinging. Just space, ease, peace. Another parable tells of a monk who lit a candle each evening in his cell. He loved its glow, its warmth. But one night, a gust of wind blew it out. At first, he felt sorrow, then anger at the wind. But then he looked up and saw the stars, countless, vast, shining far more brightly than his small candle. He realized that by clinging to one flame, he had missed the greater light. In releasing desire, he opened himself to a wider joy. So too in your life. When you release the single candle of desire, you may find the stars waiting, vast and infinite. Desire always dissolve, but peace remains. As you rest now, imagine your desires as candles lined before you, one by one. Let the wind of your breath extinguish them. Watch the smoke rise. Watch the night grow darker. And then, slowly, watch the stars emerge. Brighter, endless, eternal. Feel the relief in this, that you do not need to keep every candle burning. The sky itself is enough. Rest in that sky tonight. Rest in the truth that desire dissolves, but peace endures. Rest in the freedom of letting go, the vastness of the stars, the softness of the breath. There is a heaviness that comes not from what life gives us, but from what we refuse to put down. We carry memories long after they have passed, regrets long after they have taught us, fears long after they have lost their teeth. This is the weight of holding on. Like a traveler who refuses to unpack his bag. We walk burdened, tired, bent under the load of stones we never needed to carry so far. Imagine a child walking along a riverbank. He finds a smooth stone, shining in the sun. He picks it up and places it in his pocket. A little farther on, he finds another, larger stone, and he carries it too. At first, it seems small, almost nothing. But as he continues, stone after stone, his pockets grow heavy, his steps slow, his back aches. When he finally stumbles and falls, he cries, not because of the stones themselves, but because of the weight he insisted on carrying. This is how we live when we hold on to every slight, every disappointment, every loss. The stones gather silently until they weigh us down. And yet, If the child had stopped to look, he would have realized he could set the stones down at any time. The river would still flow. The sun would still shine. He could walk lighter, freer, happier. Take a deep breath now. Inhale. Notice the weight you may be carrying. Exhale. Imagine placing one stone down. With each breath, let another stone fall from your pockets, from your shoulders, from your heart. The Buddha often spoke of clinging as the root of suffering. We cling not only to desires, but also to pains, as though they define us, as though letting them go would mean losing a part of ourselves. But clinging to suffering does not honor it, it only prolongs it. To release is not to erase the past. It is to free yourself from dragging it endlessly through the present. A story tells of two monks traveling together. At one point, they came to a river where a woman stood, afraid to cross. One monk lifted her gently and carried her across, setting her down safely on the other side. Hours later, as they continued walking, the other monk finally burst out. "Why did you carry that woman? We monks should avoid contact." The first monk smiled and replied, "I set her down at the riverbank. Why are you still carrying her?" So often, we are like the second monk, still carrying long after the moment has passed. The burden is not in the event, but in our refusal to release it. Breathe again. Inhale awareness. Exhale release. Whisper softly in your heart, "I set it down now." Think of the stones you have carried. Perhaps words someone once spoke that cut deeply. Perhaps a failure, a missed chance, a loss that still aches. Perhaps guilt, regret, shame. These are the stones. Feel their weight in your imagination. And now, one by one, picture yourself placing them by the river's edge. Watch the water carry them away. Notice how much lighter you feel with each release. Another parable tells of a woman who held a glass of water before her students. She asked, "How heavy is this glass?" They answered with numbers, 1 pound, 2 pounds. She shook her head and said, "The longer I hold it, the heavier it feels. If I hold it for a few minutes, it is light. If I hold it for hours, my arm aches. If I hold it all day, my arm may go numb." The weight does not change, but the burden does. To rest, I must set it down. In the same way, life's burdens grow heavier the longer we hold them. They may begin as small stones, as light glasses of water, but over time they become unbearable. The only way to find ease is to set them down. Take another breath. With your inhale, gather awareness of your body. Notice where the stones live, perhaps in your chest, your stomach, your shoulders. With your exhale, set them down. Feel the relief of release. As your body softens into rest, imagine lying in a meadow. At your side is a bag filled with stones, each one a burden you've carried. One by one, you lift them out and place them on the earth. Some are heavy with grief, some sharp with anger, some dull with fear. The earth accepts them all. The ground is vast. It can hold what you no longer need to. With each stone you release, your body feels lighter, your breath deeper, your heart freer. The Buddha taught that letting go is not loss. It is gain, the gain of space, of peace, of freedom. To cling is to fill your arms so full of stones that you have no room for flowers. To release is to open your hands, to receive what is fresh, what is new, what is beautiful. Think again of the child on the riverbank. Imagine him setting down his stones, skipping one across the water, smiling as it dances upon the surface. He walks lighter, he runs, he laughs. This is the joy that comes when you let go. You, too, can walk lighter. You, too, can laugh again. The stones do not define you. They were never meant to be carried so far. Rest now in this truth. Rest in the knowledge that you can set it down. Rest in the freedom of release. Forgiveness is one of the deepest forms of letting go. It is not about excusing harm, nor pretending the wound did not cut deeply. It is not about saying what happened was right. Forgiveness is freedom, the release of the burning coal we have carried far too long in our hands, hoping it might hurt another, when in truth it only scorches us. Imagine holding a glowing ember in your palm. At first, anger convinces you to grip it tightly. If I hold this, they will suffer. But the ember burns only your skin, searing deeper with every moment. Only when you release it into the earth does the pain begin to ease. Forgiveness is that release. It is not a gift to the one who harmed you. It is a gift to yourself. Take a deep breath. Inhale, and notice if there is an ember within you. Some memory, some wound, some resentment still glowing. Exhale, and imagine placing it gently on the ground, watching the earth absorb its heat until it is cool and harmless. The Buddha once told a story of a man shot by an arrow. Instead of pulling it out, the man demanded to know, "Who shot me? From what direction? What kind of bow was used? What is the arrow made of?" In his clinging to anger and curiosity, the wound worsened. The Buddha explained that we too are often like this man, holding on to the arrow of resentment, investigating it, reliving it, instead of removing it. Forgiveness is the pulling out of the arrow. The pain may linger, but the wound can finally heal. A parable tells of two prisoners locked together in hatred. One was freed, but he carried bitterness in his heart, replaying his suffering each day. The other remained in chains, but practiced forgiveness within himself, releasing anger, softening his heart. Who was truly free? Not the one outside the walls, but the one who no longer carried them inside. So often, we mistake forgiveness for weakness. But in truth, it is one of the strongest acts a human heart can perform. It takes courage to face the pain without clinging to it, to release what has defined you for so long, to step out of the identity of the wronged one and into the vastness of peace. Pause now and bring into your awareness someone or something that still lingers in the shadows of your heart. Perhaps it is a person who hurt you, or perhaps it is yourself. For the mistakes you cannot forget, see their face or image gently, without forcing, without judgment. With your inhale, whisper silently, "I see you." With your exhale, "I release you." Again, inhale, "I see you." Exhale, "I release you." Feel how this practice softens the grip of the coal, how it cools the ember, how it frees your heart. A woman once came to a teacher, her face lined with grief. "How can I forgive the one who betrayed me?" she asked. The teacher gave her a cup of salt water and told her to drink. She spat it out. "It is too bitter," she said. Then he took her to a lake, poured in another cup of salt, and told her to drink again. She sipped the water and found it fresh. "The pain is like the salt," the teacher explained. "Forgiveness is making your heart wide like the lake, so the bitterness can no longer overwhelm it." In this way, forgiveness does not erase the salt of what happened. It enlarges your heart until the salt no longer defines the taste of your life. Take another breath, and imagine your heart as that lake. With each inhale, it expands. With each exhale, the salt dissolves into vastness. Feel the spaciousness of forgiveness, not condoning, not forgetting, but refusing to shrink your life to the size of bitterness. Forgiveness of yourself is no less important. How often do you clutch the coal of your own mistakes, carrying shame, regret, guilt? The Buddha reminded us that no person is defined by their past alone. What matters is the seed you plant in this moment, the intention you hold. Now, forgiving yourself does not mean ignoring your errors. It means learning from them, releasing the self-punishment, and allowing space for growth. Imagine standing before a mirror. Look into your own eyes. See not only the mistakes, but the longing, the effort, the humanity. Whisper softly, "I forgive you. I release you. I allow you to grow." Feel how your chest softens, how your breath deepens, how your body feels lighter when you speak to yourself this way. Another parable tells of a monk who carried a leaky bucket to fetch water. By the time he reached the monastery, half the water was gone. Ashamed, he apologized to his teacher, but the teacher smiled and pointed to the path. "See the flowers blooming where the water fell. Your bucket may leak, but it has given life along the way. Forgive yourself. Even your mistakes can be blessings. So too in your life, the places where you faltered, the times when you leaked, even these may have watered unseen seeds. Forgive yourself, and you may discover beauty blooming where you thought only failure remained. Now, rest deeper into your body. Imagine yourself lying in a wide meadow. Around you, embers are scattered, each one a resentment, a regret, one by one. With each exhale, watch them cool, turning from glowing red to gray, from gray to ash, from ash to earth. The ground takes them, transforms them, holds them. You are free from carrying them. You are free to walk lighter, to breathe easier, to love more fully. Forgiveness is not a single act. It is a practice. Some embers take time to cool. Some arrows take time to heal. But each breath of release brings more space, more peace, more freedom. Tonight, let this practice carry you into rest. Let forgiveness soften the hard places in your heart. Let it widen the lake of your being. Let it free you from the chains of anger and regret. And, as you drift towards sleep, remember This forgiveness is not the end of justice, nor the denial of pain. It is the refusal to let pain define you. It is the courage to step into peace, again and again, until your heart shines like the stars above vast, unburdened, and free. There is a season when the trees teach us more clearly than any words could. It is autumn, when the leaves, once vibrant and full of life, begin to loosen their hold. They do not cling to the branch, begging for one more day. They do not resist the wind that calls them to the ground. Instead, they surrender with grace, drifting gently, swirling in the golden air, becoming part of the soil that will nourish new life. This is the medicine of release. Take a slow breath now. Inhale as though you are drawing in the crisp autumn air. Exhale as though you are releasing a leaf from the branch of your heart. Watch it fall softly, without resistance, without fear. Notice the peace that comes in this surrender. The Buddha often reminded us that clinging is the cause of suffering, but he also taught that release is the cure. To let go is not to lose. It is to align with the natural rhythm of life. Just as the tree grows healthier when it sheds what no longer serves it, so too do we heal when we release what is heavy, what is old, what has already completed its purpose. A story is told of a man who kept every broken tool he had ever used. Rusted hammers, splintered handles, bent nails. He stored them all, filling his house until there was no space left for new things. When asked why, he said, "I cannot let them go. They remind me of what I built, of what I once held." But his house grew heavy with clutter, and he could not move freely. Only when he began to release them, one by one, did he find space to live again. So it is with our hearts. We hold on to memories, disappointments, old versions of ourselves. We say, "This was who I was. This was what I lost. This was what I failed." And in holding on, we crowd the space needed for new growth, for new joy. Release is not abandonment. It is the clearing of the soil, the falling of the leaves, the making of space for spring. Breathe again. Inhale, fill with fresh air. Exhale, release one old burden. Inhale, life enters. Exhale, heaviness falls away. Consider how the body mirrors the mind. When we cling, the muscles tighten, the jaw clenches, the stomach knots. When we release, the body softens, the breath deepens, the heart opens. Let us practice this now in a gentle body release. Bring your awareness to your forehead. Imagine a leaf resting there. With your exhale, let it fall. Feel the skin smooth, the tension ease. Move to your jaw. Another leaf rests there, tight with old words left unsaid, with anger held too long. With your exhale, let it drop. Notice the relief. Continue to the shoulders. Heavy leaves, soaked with years of burdens, cling to you. With your exhale, let them fall to the earth. One by one, the body sheds what it no longer needs, down through the chest, the belly, the hips, the legs, the feet. Each exhale is another leaf drifting away. Each release, another freedom gained. Soon, you feel lighter, like the tree that stands bare in autumn, not empty, but ready, ready for stillness, ready for renewal, ready for the spring that always follows. A parable tells of a woman who held tightly to her grief. "If I let it go," she said, "I will forget him. My love will vanish." A wise teacher handed her a seed and said, "Plant this in the earth. Your grief is like this seed. If you clutch it in your hand, it will never grow. But if you release it, it will transform into something new." She planted the seed, and in time, it became a tree, offering shade and fruit to others. She realized then that letting go did not mean losing love. It meant allowing it to transform. Release does not erase. It transforms. The leaves that fall become the soil. The grief that softens becomes compassion. The mistakes that are forgiven become wisdom. Nothing is wasted when you release. Everything becomes part of the cycle of growth. Take another breath. Inhale trust. Exhale transformation. Whisper softly to yourself, "I release to grow." Think now of something you have held too long. Perhaps anger toward another. Perhaps regret toward yourself. Perhaps fear of what lies ahead. See it as a leaf in your hand. Study it for a moment. Honor what it has taught you. Then, with your exhale, open your fingers and let it drift into the wind. Watch it dance. Watch it fall. Watch it return to the earth. Notice the space left in your palm. Space for peace. Space for light. Space for new beginnings. Another story tells of a man walking through a forest in autumn. He admired the leaves falling, one after another, and said to himself, "If the trees can release what was once their pride, their beauty, their very identity, then surely I too can release what I cling to." He went home, sat quietly, and began to let go of the bitterness he had carried for years. Each thought he released was like a leaf falling. When spring returned, his heart, like the trees, was ready to bloom anew. Release is not only for great burdens. It is also for the small things, the impatience at a passing inconvenience, the irritation at a careless word, the restlessness of unmet expectation. Each small leaf, released, keeps the heart light. Each small release prevents the forest from being choked with what is no longer alive. So rest now, dear one. Rest in the medicine of release. Imagine yourself as a tree in autumn, leaves falling gently around you. With each breath, another leaf drifts away. An old worry, a past hurt, a fear of tomorrow. With each release, your branches grow lighter, your roots deeper, your being freer. You do not need to cling. You do not need to carry. You are safe to release. You are safe to transform. You are safe to rest. Desire is not only something that burns and fades, it is also a mirror. When we look deeply into the things we crave, we can often see a reflection of the emptiness we are trying to fill. This emptiness is not a flaw, not a failure, but a signpost pointing us back to the truth of who we are. To see desire in this way is to begin to understand it, to soften it, and to heal. Imagine a traveler walking through the desert. parched with thirst. His lips are dry, his body weary, his mind consumed with the thought of water. When he finds a mirage shimmering on the horizon, he runs toward it, disperate, only to find sand once again. His thirst grows stronger, and still he runs. This is the nature of many of our desires. They shimmer, they call, they promise fulfillment, but often they are only mirages, reflections of a deeper thirst, not for water, but for peace, for belonging, for love. Take a deep breath now. Inhale, notice any longing rising within you. Exhale, see it clearly, not as an enemy, but as a message. Each desire has something to teach. Behind the thirst for success may be a longing to feel worthy. Behind the craving for possessions may be a longing to feel safe. Behind the desire for attention may be a longing to feel loved. Desire is a mirror, and, if we look into it with wisdom, we see the heart's true need. The Buddha taught that desire is born of ignorance, ignorance of our true nature, ignorance of impermanence, ignorance of the sufficiency of this very moment. Yet he did not condemn desire. He invited us to study it, to see through it, to discover what lies beneath. When you look into the mirror of longing, do not turn away. Look deeply, gently, with compassion. A story tells of a young monk who craved recognition. He worked harder than all his peers, memorized every text, meditated longer, hoping the teacher would finally see him. One day, exhausted, he confessed his desire to the teacher. The teacher asked, "Why do you long to be seen?" The monk replied, "Because then I will know I am enough." The teacher smiled kindly and said, "The moment you see your own heart clearly, you will realize you were enough all along." Recognition was only a mirror, reflecting what was already there. So, it is with many of our desires. They point us back to what we already carry within us. The thirst of the traveler is not only for water, but for the truth that he is alive, already breathing, already present. The craving for love is not only for another's affection, but for the truth that love flows within us when we open the heart. The longing for peace is not only for a future state, but for the truth that peace is possible in this very breath. Breathe gently now. Inhale, see the mirror of desire. Exhale, see the truth it reflects. Whisper softly, "I am already whole." Another parable tells of a man who spent his life chasing riches, believing they would protect him from fear. At last, he grew old and wealthy, but still fear lingered. One evening, a teacher asked him, "When you feared poverty, what were you truly longing for?" He thought for a long time and then answered, "Safety." The teacher nodded and said, "Then riches were never the answer. What you needed was the recognition that safety cannot be found outside you. Safety is found in trust, in awareness, in the freedom of the heart." This is the mirror of desire. When we look closely, we discover that the things we chase are not the true object of our longing. They are symbols, shadows, reflections. The real thirst is deeper, quieter, already waiting to be quenched by awareness. Close your eyes and imagine standing before a still pond at twilight. The surface reflects your face, but it is only an image, not the reality. If you reach for the reflection, your hand only stirs the water. If you recognize it for what it is, a mirror, you can turn your gaze inward and see what is true. Desire is like that reflection. When you chase it, the water stirs. When you see it clearly, you awaken. Now, rest deeper into your body. Notice where desire lives. Perhaps in the chest as restlessness. Perhaps in the stomach as emptiness. Perhaps in the mind as spinning thoughts. Breathe into that place. With your inhale, soften it. With your exhale, release the chase. Allow the body to know the emptiness is not a wound. It is space. And in space, peace can arise. A story is told of a thirsty traveler who finally found a well. He drank deeply, satisfied at last. But when he looked into the well, he saw not only water, but the reflection of the sky. He realized then that his thirst had pointed him not only to water, but to the vastness of life itself. Desire, too, can point us to something greater when we look deeply. So do not fear your desires. Do not scold yourself for longing. Instead, study them gently. Ask, what is this desire reflecting? What deeper truth is it pointing me toward? And when you see, release the object and rest in the truth. Breathe again. Inhale awareness. Exhale release. Inhale reflection. Exhale truth. As you drift into sleep, let the mirages fade. Let the restless thirst soften. Trust that the well of peace is already within you, waiting, clear and endless. Désir dissolve, but the truth it reflects remains. You are already whole. You are already enough. You are already home. When we look deeply into our own desires and see them as mirrors, something else becomes possible. We begin to understand the desires of others. What once seemed selfish, confusing, or even harmful, we now see as longing, as thirst, as the same restless search for peace we ourselves have known. And from this understanding arises compassion. Imagine standing in a crowded marketplace. People hurry past you, each carrying their own bundle of wants. One seeks wealth. Another chases recognition. Another longs for love. Another craves escape. On the surface, their actions may clash. Their words may wound. Their choices may seem foolish. But if you look deeper, if you pause and see the mirror within each desire, you realize they are all thirsting for the same things. You thirst for safety, meaning, belonging, peace. Take a slow breath. Inhale and recall a time when you felt lost in desire, restless and unfulfilled. Exhale and realize that others, too, are caught in the same currents. With this breath, compassion awakens not pity, not superiority, but a gentle recognition. You, too, are searching, as I have searched. A parable tells of a monk who was once insulted by a villager. Instead of reacting with anger, the monk bowed his head and said softly, "Thank you for reminding me how much suffering lives in this world." Later, when asked why he did not defend himself, the monk replied, because I saw that his harsh words came not from strength, but from pain. His insult was his thirst speaking, his longing for peace misdirected. Why would I be angry at thirst? This is compassion born from understanding desire. When we see beneath the surface, we recognize that even cruelty often hides longing for respect, for power, for love. This does not mean we excuse harm, but it does mean we soften our hearts, refusing to add more hatred to what is already burning. Breathe again. Inhale, E. 2. Have thirst. Exhale, they. 2. Have thirst. Whisper gently within. We are not so different. A story tells of a mother and her child. The child wanted a sweet, cried for it, demanded it. The mother, seeing the craving, did not despise the child for longing. She understood the craving was natural, a reflection of the desire for comfort. With love, she guided the child toward patience, toward balance. In this way, compassion is not indulgence. It is guidance born of understanding. Consider the people in your own life who have wounded you, who have spoken or acted in ways that caused pain. Can you see, even faintly, that behind their actions there was longing, a longing not so different from your own? When you see this, anger begins to soften. In its place, compassion blooms. Now, let us practice a gentle compassion meditation. Close your eyes if they are not already closed. Begin with yourself. Bring to mind your own face, your own heart, your own longings. Whisper softly, "May I be free from suffering. May I find peace. May I be whole." Feel the warmth of these words like a gentle light surrounding you. Then, bring to mind someone you love, someone whose happiness is dear to you. See their face, feel their presence. Whisper, "May you be free from suffering. May you find peace. May you be whole." Watch the light of compassion expand to include them. Now, bring to mind someone neutral, perhaps a stranger you passed today. Whisper, "May you be free from suffering. May you find peace. May you be whole." The circle of compassion grows wider. Finally, bring to mind someone with whom you have struggled, someone who has hurt you. This is not easy, but remember the mirror of desire. See their longing beneath their actions. Whisper gently, "May you be free from suffering. May you find peace. May you be whole." Feel how compassion softens the tightness in your heart, even if only a little. Breathe deeply. Inhale, compassion flows in. Exhale, compassion flows out. The heart becomes a river, carrying kindness to yourself, to loved ones, to strangers, even to those who once wounded you. This is not weakness. It is strength beyond measure. The Buddha often spoke of metta, loving kindness, as a practice that transforms the heart. He taught that anger is like a torch we carry against the wind. It burns us first. Compassion, by contrast, is like a cool stream that nourishes not only us but all who come near. When we see the desires of others with clarity, compassion becomes natural, because we no longer mistake their actions for their essence. We see the thirst beneath. and we respond with kindness. Imagine now that you are walking through a vast desert. Around you are many travelers, each thirsty, each searching. Some push, some shout, some stumble, but you have found a well. Instead of guarding it jealously, you share its water, knowing that their thirst is the same as yours. This is compassion, born of understanding. Rest deeper into your body now. Notice how it feels when compassion is present. The chest softens. The breath flows easily. The jaw unclenches. Compassion is not only for others, it is medicine for you. It heals the tension of anger. It cools the fire of resentment. It opens space for peace. So tonight, as you drift towards sleep, let compassion be the blanket that covers you. Let it wrap around you gently, reminding you that you are not alone, that all beings share the same longing, the same search. Feel the warmth of compassion flowing through you, into the world, and back again. Whisper softly, as you rest, may all beings be free from suffering. May all beings find peace. May all beings be whole. There is a teaching in Taoism called Wu Wei, effortless action, moving in harmony with the flow of life. Though the words come from another tradition, the spirit resonates deeply with the Buddha's way. For both remind us, peace is not found in forcing, but in aligning. The river does not strain to reach the ocean. The bamboo does not resist the wind. They flow, they bend, they move with life, not against it. Imagine standing in a forest as a storm approaches. The tall oak trees brace themselves, rigid, strong, but when the wind comes, some of their branches snap. Beside them stands a grove of bamboo. The bamboo bends, sways, almost touches the ground. Yet when the storm passes, the bamboo rises again, unbroken, resilient. This is the power of alignment. To resist is to break. To bend is to survive. Take a deep breath now. Inhale, feel yourself rooted like the bamboo, steady in the earth. Exhale, feel yourself bending gently with the wind of life. Unafraid, unbroken. Notice the ease that comes when you stop fighting the storm and begin to move with it. The Buddha often spoke of this same truth. He said that suffering arises when we cling, when we resist impermanence, when we demand life be other than it is. To live with wisdom is not to control the storm, but to let the storm pass through us, to be steady in the roots, flexible in the branches. This is the art of effortless alignment. A story is told of a fisherman who worked the river each day. When the current was strong, he rowed against it, exhausting himself, cursing the water. One evening, he met an old monk who asked, "Why do you fight the river?" The fisherman replied, "Because it is not going where I want to go." The monk smiled and said, "Then go where the river flows, and you will arrive with ease." The fisherman tried this, and, to his surprise, he discovered new places, new fish, new abundance he had never known. By aligning with the current, he found more than he had sought. So often we live like that fisherman, straining, cursing, forcing, convinced that peace lies only in our chosen direction. Yet when we let go, when we align, life opens in ways we could not imagine. Pause now and bring awareness to your breath. Notice how it enters and leaves without your control. If you try to hold it forever, you suffer. If you try to stop it, you suffer. But when you align with it, when you allow it, peace arises naturally. The breath itself is a teacher of wu-wei, of effortless harmony. Breathe gently. Inhale, allowing. Exhale, releasing. With each cycle, feel yourself more deeply aligned with the flow of life. A parable tells of a student who came to his teacher in frustration. "I practice every day, but enlightenment does not come. What more should I do?" The teacher led him to a pond and said, "See the lotus. It grows because the sun shines. The rain falls. The soil nourishes. It does not strain to open. It simply responds when the conditions are right." Practice is the same. Align yourself with truth, and awakening will unfold on its own. This is the heart of effortless alignment: to live not by force, but by response. To listen deeply, to move with what is, to allow the unfolding of life without demanding it follow your script. Imagine yourself now as that bamboo in the storm. Your roots are deep in the soil of awareness. Unshaken. Your body bends with the winds of change, but it does not break. Your spirit rises again and again, resilient, alive. This is your nature when you stop resisting, when you begin to align. Another story tells of a man who watched the river freeze in winter. He cursed the ice, longing for water to fish from. His neighbor simply cut a hole in the ice and fished with ease. When summer came, the man cursed the heat, wishing for ice to store his food. His neighbor used clay jars cooled by the river. At last, the man asked, "Why do you not fight the seasons as I do?" The neighbor replied, "Because fighting changes nothing. By aligning, I find peace in every season." So too, in your life, the seasons will come. Whether you resist or not, the winds will blow. Whether you brace or not, peace is not in stopping the change, but in aligning with it. Let us deepen into a meditation of alignment. Imagine lying upon a great river, floating on your back. The sky stretches endlessly above you, stars glowing in the night. The current moves you gently forward. You do not resist. You do not strain. You float. You trust. You align. Each breath is the current. Each thought, a passing cloud. Each feeling, a ripple on the surface. You are safe. You are carried. You are aligned. Feel how your body softens in this image, how the weight of forcing falls away. Notice how light you feel, how supported, how free. The Buddha taught that freedom is not escape, but harmony. It is not in leaving life, but in aligning with it. When we resist, we suffer. When we align, we awaken. So tonight, as you drift towards sleep, let yourself become bamboo in the storm, bending without breaking. Let yourself become the fisherman floating with the river, discovering abundance in surrender. Let yourself become the lotus, opening naturally when the sun and rain arrive. Breathe deeply once more. Inhale, alignment. Exhale, release. Inhale, trust. Exhale, surrender. Rest in the truth that you do not need to force. You only need to align. And in this alignment, peace flows through you like the river, endless and free. Expectations are like invisible weights we carry, often heavier than the burdens life itself gives us. We create them in our minds: how things should be, how people should act, how our path should unfold. And when reality does not match the picture, suffering arises. Life becomes a constant disappointment, not because it is cruel, but because we are clutching an image tighter than we are holding life itself. Imagine walking a road with a heavy pack. Inside are not stones, not food, not tools, but slips of paper. Each one has words written on it. It should have been different. They should have treated me better. I should already be further along. My life should look like theirs. At first, the papers seem weightless, but over time, the bag grows heavy, pressing into your shoulders. You stumble not because the road is impossible, but because of the unnecessary weight you carry. Take a deep breath. Inhale, notice the weight of expectations you may be holding. Exhale, imagine placing one slip of paper down by the roadside. With each breath, the pack grows lighter. A story tells of a monk who drank from a clay cup each morning. He admired its smooth shape, the way it held water, the way sunlight glowed against its surface. One day, a visitor asked, "Aren't you afraid it will break?" The monk smiled and said, "For me, the cup is already broken. When it holds water, I enjoy it fully. When it falls and shatters, I will not mourn, for I knew it could never last forever." This is freedom from expectation. By seeing the cup as already broken, the monk released the weight of should. He did not expect the cup to last forever, nor did he resist the joy of using it while it was whole. He accepted both its presence and its impermanence. So much of our suffering comes not from life itself, but from the way we demand life. Meet our imagined script. We say, "This should not have happened," or "This should have lasted longer," or "I should already be at peace." But the truth is, life does not bow to our expectations. The flower blooms, fades, and falls, regardless of our wishes. To cling to should is to live in constant battle with reality. Pause and bring awareness to your body. Notice if there is tightness in the chest, in the shoulders, in the jaw. Often these are the places where should lives. With your exhale, let one should dissolve. Whisper softly, "I release what should have been. I welcome what is." Another parable tells of a man who spent his days polishing a stone, believing that if he worked hard enough, it would turn into gold. He ignored the golden coins already lying at his feet. So focused was he on his expectation. Years passed, and he grew weary, bitter, and poor. Only at the end of his life did he realize he had missed the treasures that were already present, blinded by the weight of his imagined future. How often do we live like that man, polishing our should, ignoring the gifts that are already here, the smile of a friend, the breath in our body, the quiet beauty of the present moment. These are gold. Yet we overlook them while chasing illusions. Breathe again. Inhale, gratitude for what is. Exhale, release of what should have been. Feel the lightness in your body as you shift from expectation to presence. Imagine now that you are standing in front of a tree. You look at its crooked branches and think, it should be straighter. You see its shedding leaves and think, it should stay green. You see its rough bark and think, it should be smooth. The more you demand, the less you see. But if you drop the should, suddenly you notice the shade it gives. The sound of wind in its branches, the way birds rest in its arms. The tree was never wrong. It was your expectation that blinded you to its beauty. This is the medicine of detachment from expectation to see life as it is, not as the mind insists it should be. Let us move into a guided release. Picture yourself lying on the ground beneath that tree. Above you hangs a basket filled with slips of paper, each one a should. One by one, the wind lifts them from the basket. Watch them float into the air, carried away, dissolving into the sky. With each slip that drifts away, your body feels lighter, your breath deeper, your heart freer. Soon the basket is empty, and only the sky remains vast, open, without demand. The Buddha taught that suffering is born of craving, and craving often wears the mask of expectation. We crave that things align with our script, and when they do not, we resist, we ache, we despair. But when we release expectation, we discover a freedom beyond circumstance. The cup may break, but joy remains. The flower may fade, but gratitude remains. The path may twist, but peace remains. A story is told of a teacher who sat with his students at dawn. One complained, the morning should be warmer. Another said, the birds should not be so loud. A third said, the day should not be cloudy. The teacher smiled and said, each of you has already left the morning. The sun rises, the birds sing, the clouds pass, yet you miss them all because of should. When you release expectation, you will finally see the morning that has always been here. Take another breath. Inhale the morning as it is. Exhale the shoulds dissolve. Rest in this presence. Tonight, as you drift towards sleep, imagine yourself putting down the heavy pack. Feel the ground beneath you holding its weight. You do not need to carry it anymore. The road is easier without it. Life is lighter without it. You are free without it. Rest in the truth that nothing needs to be other than it is for you to find peace. Rest in the freedom of an empty basket, a broken cup already accepted, a tree admired for its crooked beauty. Rest in the release of expectations, and let your body sink deeply into the bed, carried by the ease of what is. Patience is not simply waiting. It is not sitting with clenched fists and grinding teeth, counting the moments until things go your way. True patience is spacious, steady, and rooted in trust. It is knowing that the seed will sprout when it is ready, that the storm will pass when it is time, that your heart will heal at its own pace. Patience is not weakness. It is strength, the quiet strength of the mountain that endures all seasons. Imagine standing before a great mountain. In spring, its slopes are green, rivers flowing with melting snow. In summer, it glows beneath the sun, full of life. In autumn, its forests blaze with color, golden and red. In winter, it sleeps beneath snow, silent and still. Through every season, the mountain remains. It does not demand spring hurry, nor cling to summer, nor resist winter. It endures with patience, knowing each season serves its purpose. Take a deep breath now. Inhale, imagine the fresh air of spring upon your skin. Exhale, imagine the stillness of winter. With each breath, you become the mountain, steady, enduring, unshaken by the passing of seasons. The Buddha taught kshanti, the perfection of patience. He said, it is not only the ability to endure hardship, but the ability to endure the passage of time itself. Most suffering comes from our inability to wait, from our hunger to rush, from our refusal to honor the slow rhythm of life. But patience softens this hunger. It teaches us that what is meant to bloom cannot be rushed, and what is meant to fade cannot be stopped. A story tells of a farmer who planted mango trees. Impatient for fruit, he watered them day and night, pulled at their branches, demanded they ripen quickly. But the fruit, forced too soon, was bitter. His neighbor, patient, tended the trees gently and waited through the seasons. When the time was right, his fruit was sweet and abundant. The impatient farmer learned then that patience is not doing nothing, it is doing the right thing steadily, without force, and trusting the rest to time. Think of your own life. How often have you demanded that healing come faster, that success arrive sooner, that love appear immediately? Notice the restlessness that arises with impatience, the tightening of the chest, the racing of the mind. Now, breathe deeply and imagine placing that restlessness into the earth. Like a root sinking down, feel the body settle, the breath slow, the heart expand. This is patience, not a waiting filled with tension, but a waiting filled with peace. Another parable tells of a monk who sat in meditation beside a young student. The student grew frustrated, saying, "My mind will not quiet. How long must I sit before it is calm?" The monk replied, "If you plant a seed and then dig it up every day to see if it has sprouted, will it grow?" The student laughed at his own impatience. The monk continued, "Your mind is the same. Sit, breathe, tend it with patience. One day you will see it has grown while you were not watching." Patience, then, is not passive. It is active trust. It is care without rushing, love without clinging, effort without force. It is the willingness to let the seasons turn, to let the river flow, to let the heart unfold naturally. Let us practice this patience now in the body. Bring your awareness to the breath. Inhale, count slowly to 4. Exhale, count slowly to 6. Rest in the rhythm of slow breathing. Feel how the body settles when time is given space, when breath is not hurried, when each moment is allowed to be complete. Imagine yourself now as the mountain once more. Storms pass over you, thunder, lightning, rain, yet you remain steady. Winds howl, snow falls, sunburns, leaves turn, yet you endure, patient and unmoved. Within you is a stillness deeper than any season, a trust larger than any change. You are the mountain. The Buddha once said, "Endurance is the highest austerity." He did not mean we must suffer endlessly. He meant that the ability to remain steady through change is the highest strength. To cultivate patience is to cultivate freedom. For when you are patient, life cannot disturb your peace. Think now of something in your life that feels delayed. Perhaps healing, perhaps clarity, perhaps a dream still unfulfilled. Notice the restlessness around it. Breathe into that restlessness. Whisper softly to yourself, "I will endure. I will trust. I will wait with peace." Feel how the body loosens, how the heart opens when you choose patience. Another story tells of a king who demanded that his garden bloom all at once. He ordered his gardeners to force the flowers open. But in doing so, the blossoms withered. When he walked the paths in anger, he saw a single wild flower growing by the wall. It had bloomed in its own time, untouched, radiant. He realized then that beauty is born of patience, not command. So too with our lives. We cannot command beauty. We can only prepare the soil, tend with care, and wait for the unfolding. As you drift into sleep tonight, let yourself become the mountain. Let storms pass without fear. Let seasons change without clinging. Let time move without restlessness. Within you is the strength to endure, the patience to wait, the wisdom to trust. Rest in the perfection of patience. Rest in the peace of the mountain. Rest in the truth that what is meant for you will arrive in its own season. As surely as spring follows winter, as surely as dawn follows night, the mind has a way of wandering into places that do not exist. It drifts into the past with its what could have been and into the future with its what if. At first, these thoughts seem harmless, like clouds passing across the sky, but when we cling to them, they form walls around us. A prison built not of stone, but of imagination. The bars are regrets of yesterday. The locks are fears of tomorrow. And the result is that we miss the only place where life is real, the present moment. Imagine a man walking through a field at dusk. The sun is low, and his shadow stretches long across the grass. He sees the shadow and begins to chase it, convinced that if he catches it, he will grasp something important. The faster he runs, the further the shadow stretches. Breathless and defeated, he collapses to the ground. Only then does he realize the shadow was never meant to be caught. It was only a reflection of his own movements. So it is with the what-ifs of the mind. We chase them, thinking they hold answers, but they only run further ahead. They are shadows of thought, never to be caught, never to be possessed. Peace is not found in the shadow, but in stopping, in sitting upon the grass, in feeling the earth beneath you, the sky above you, the breath within you. Take a slow breath now. Inhale, feel the present moment enter, cool and steady. Exhale, release the shadow chase. Again, inhale this moment. Exhale, release the what-ifs. The Buddha taught that the past is a memory, the future, a dream, and the present, the only place we truly live. Yet how often do we leave the present, locked in prisons of our own mind? We replay old conversations. We worry about events that have not yet come. And in doing so, we miss the breath we are taking right now. A parable tells of a monk who carried a heavy bucket of water up a hill. When he reached the top, he was so tired that he spilled it, and the water flowed away. He sat in despair, thinking, if only I had held it more tightly. If only I had walked faster. If only I had rested along the way. His teacher approached and said, "The water is gone. The if-onlys cannot bring it back. Sit, breathe, and notice the well that is already here." Indeed, just behind the monk was a clear spring, flowing endlessly. While he grieved the spilled bucket, he missed the abundance beside him. This is how we live when trapped in what if. We mourn the spilled water and ignore the spring. We chase shadows and forget the sun. We imprison ourselves in thoughts that do not exist, while the present waits patiently, offering freedom. Bring awareness now to your body. Notice any tightness in your chest, any restlessness in your mind. These are the echoes of what if. With your inhale, breathe compassion into those places. With your exhale, whisper gently, "This moment is enough." Another story tells of a young woman who feared the future. Each night she lay awake, thinking, "What if I fail? What if I lose? What if I am alone?" Her heart raced, her body ached, her sleep vanished. At last, she sought a teacher. The teacher gave her a candle and said, "Carry this flame through a dark room." She did, carefully, step by step. When she returned, the teacher asked, "Did you stumble?" She said, "No, because I watched the flame." The teacher replied, "So too with life. If you watch this moment carefully, step by step, you will not stumble into the darkness of what if." And this is the practice of presence, to carry the flame of awareness step by step, moment by moment, without wandering too far ahead or falling too far behind. Let us practice together. Close your eyes. If they are not already closed, bring your attention to your breath. Feel the inhale rising like a flame. Feel the exhale softening like smoke. With each breath, anchor yourself here. If thoughts of what if appear, do not chase them. Let them drift like shadows across the grass, like clouds across the sky. Return to the flame of this breath, this moment. Imagine now that you are sitting in a prison cell made of glass. The walls are inscribed with what ifs. What if I had chosen differently? What if I lose tomorrow? What if I am not enough? At first the walls seem strong, but then you notice they are only glass, transparent, fragile. With each breath, cracks appear. With each exhale, the walls weaken. Finally, with a gentle sigh, the prison shatters. You step into the open air, into the vastness of now. Feel the freedom of that image. Feel how your body responds when the prison of what if dissolves. The shoulders drop. The chest expands. The mind rests. You are no longer chasing shadows. You are sitting in the grass, bathed in sunlight, at peace. The Buddha said, "Do not dwell in the past. Do not dream of the future. Concentrate the mind on the present moment." This is not a command to ignore memory or planning, but a reminder that life is only ever lived here, now, in this breath. Regret cannot change yesterday. Fear cannot control tomorrow. Only awareness can free today. Another parable tells of a traveler who carried 2 bags. One was filled with stones from the past, the other with sand from the future. He staggered under their weight until someone asked, "Why do you not open them?" He did. And the stones crumbled into dust. The sand blew away in the wind. The bags were empty, yet he still walked upright, still breathing, still alive. He laughed, realizing he had carried illusions all along. So too with us. When we open the bags of what if, we find they are empty. The past is gone, the future not yet formed. Only the present is real. Take another breath. Inhale this moment. Exhale, release the illusion. Whisper softly, "Here, now, enough." Tonight, as you rest, let the shadows fall behind you. Let the what-ifs drift away like leaves on the river. Let yourself sit upon the grass. Feel the earth beneath you, the sky above you, the breath within you. You are free from the prison. You are free from the chase. You are free to rest in the only place you have ever truly lived, this moment. There is a paradox in the practice of letting go. Often, what we clutch most tightly slips away, while what we release returns freely. This truth is subtle, almost hidden, yet it reveals itself again and again in the rhythms of life. Love, joy, even peace, they grow dim when caged, but shine brightly when given space to breathe. Imagine a bird trapped in a cage. At first, you believe the cage keeps it safe, that it ensures the bird will never leave you. But inside the cage, the bird grows restless. Its wings, made for flight, beat against the bars. Its song grows faint. Its eyes lose their brightness. Then one day, with trembling hands, you open the cage. For a moment, the bird hesitates, then takes flight. Wings spread wide into the sky. Your heart aches with loss, and yet, hours later, the bird returns, perching gently on your hand, not because it must, but because it chooses. And in that choice, the love between you is freer, deeper, truer than it ever was behind bars. Take a deep breath now. Inhale, imagine the bird of your heart taking flight. Exhale, imagine it returning, freely, lightly, joyfully. Notice how different it feels when love is not forced, when peace is not demanded, when joy is not caged. The Buddha taught that clinging is suffering, not only because it hurts to lose, but because it poisons what we try to hold. The tighter we grip, the more we strangle life's natural beauty. Yet, when we release, when we open our hands, life often returns with even greater abundance. The paradox of release is that in letting go, we do not lose, we gain. A story is told of a farmer who had a beloved ox, fearing it might wander away. He tied it tightly to a post. The ox strained and pulled, growing thin, its spirit broken. Another farmer, seeing this, untied his own ox, allowing it to roam freely. To the surprise of many, the ox always returned at dusk, stronger and healthier, choosing to stay near the farmer who trusted it. The first farmer lost his ox to weakness. The second farmer gained loyalty through release. So it is with our relationships, our dreams, even our own inner peace. When we tie them with ropes of control, they weaken. When we release them with trust, they thrive. Breathe again. Inhale trust. Exhale release. Whisper softly, if it is meant for me, it will return. Another parable tells of a woman who longed desperately for sleep. Each night she tossed and turned, demanding rest, forcing herself to close her eyes, growing more anxious. As the hours passed, the more she clung to the idea of sleep, the further it slipped away. One night, exhausted, she gave up the chase. She said to herself, if I sleep, I sleep. If I do not, I will rest quietly. In that surrender, her body softened, her mind quieted, and she drifted into the sweetest slumber. This is the paradox of release. What you chase runs away. What you release often returns. Pause here and notice if there is something you have been gripping: a hope, a relationship, a dream, even peace itself. Notice the tension that clinging creates. Now, with your exhale, imagine loosening the grip, not throwing it away, not abandoning it, simply opening your hand, allowing it to breathe. Feel the relief, the spaciousness, the freedom in that gesture. The Buddha once said that freedom is not found in owning, but in not needing to own. When you let go, you realize that nothing was ever truly yours to possess. People, moments, experiences, they arise. They stay for a time. They pass. To release them is to align with truth. And yet, in this release, what belongs to you by nature, what is truly part of your path, often finds its way back. Think again of the bird returning. It is no longer caged, no longer forced. Its song is brighter, its wings stronger, its presence sweeter. This is the love that comes from release. Let us deepen this practice in a meditation. Imagine yourself standing in a field at dawn. In your hands are balloons, each tied to a string. On each balloon is written something you cling to. I must succeed. They must love me. I cannot lose this. I must always be safe. The strings pull at your hands, heavy despite their lightness. With each exhale, let one string slip from your fingers. Watch the balloon rise into the sky, higher and higher, until it vanishes into the light of morning. With each release, feel your body grow lighter, your spirit freer. Notice that the sky is still full of beauty, even as the balloons fade. Notice that your heart is still full, even as you let go. The paradox is this: release feels like loss, yet it becomes gain. What is false falls away. What is true remains, sometimes returning with even greater strength. A story tells of a young monk who clung fiercely to his teacher, fearing he could not practice without him. One day, the teacher said, "You must walk alone for a time." The monk wept, feeling abandoned. But in solitude, his practice deepened, his wisdom grew. When he returned, the bond with his teacher was not weaker, but stronger, enriched by freedom. By letting go, he gained both independence and deeper connection. As you rest now, imagine the bars of the cages you have built, cages of fear, cages of control, cages of clinging. With each breath, see the doors swing open. Birds fly free, and yet the sky fills with song. You are not abandoned. You are surrounded by life, by love, by freedom. Breathe deeply. Inhale, open the cage. Exhale, watch the bird fly. Inhale, trust the return. Exhale, rest in freedom. Tonight, let yourself rest in this paradox. You do not need to hold so tightly. You do not need to chase so frantically. Release what is heavy, and watch as life brings back what is meant for you, brighter and freer than before. Rest now, dear one. Rest in the truth that nothing real can be lost, and nothing false can stay. Rest in the freedom of release, in the peace of open hands, in the song of the bird that returns not from force, but from love. There is a gentle wisdom in the timing of life. Just as a flower blooms in its own season, not a day earlier, and not a day later, so too does the unfolding of your path follow rhythms beyond your control. The Dharma, the truth of life, always arrives when the heart is ready to receive it. You cannot force awakening, nor can you delay it once the conditions are ripe. Imagine a meadow in spring. All winter long, the earth has slept beneath the weight of snow. Beneath the frozen ground, seeds lay hidden, unseen, silent. Yet, when the days lengthen and the sun grows warm, the soil softens, and the first shoots appear. You may stand over the ground in January and demand that flowers bloom, but nothing will answer. Yet wait until spring, and suddenly the field is alive with color. Timing is not yours to command, it is life's gift to give. Take a deep breath. Inhale. Imagine the seeds resting beneath the soil. Exhale. Imagine them rising when the season calls. With each breath, trust that your own growth, too, follows its perfect rhythm. The Buddha often spoke of this truth. He said that even if you search the whole world for the Dharma before you are ready, it will seem hidden. But when your heart ripens, the teachings find you like water, finding the low ground. This is not punishment, nor reward. It is simply timing, the dance of causes and conditions. A story tells of a student who longed for enlightenment. Each day he asked his teacher, "When will I awaken?" The teacher only smiled. One day, the student grew so frustrated that he stormed out into the garden. There, he saw a tree heavy with fruit. Some fruits were ripe, ready to fall with the lightest touch. Others were still green, not yet sweet. The student realized then that no matter how much he wished, the unripe fruit could not be eaten. Its time had not yet come. When he returned to his teacher, he bowed deeply. "I understand now. Awakening ripens like fruit. It cannot be forced. So it is with your journey. Healing, peace, love, understanding, they bloom when the time is right. You cannot hurry them, but you can prepare the soil. You can water with kindness. You can nourish with patience. You can clear weeds of anger and fear. And when the season comes, what is meant for you will blossom without struggle. Breathe gently now. Inhale preparation. Exhale trust. Feel how the body softens when you release the urge to rush. Another parable tells of a woman who prayed each night for wisdom. She begged the heavens to send her clarity. But still, her mind was clouded, her heart restless. Years passed. One day, while walking through the forest, she stopped to rest by a stream. In her stillness, she heard the sound of water against stone, the wind through leaves, the quiet rhythm of her breath. In that moment, wisdom rose in her heart, not as thunder, but as silence. She laughed gently, realizing that the wisdom she prayed for had always been there. She had only needed the season of stillness to receive it. Trust the timing of your life. Even delays and detours have their place. The flower does not resent the winter. The river does not curse the mountain that slows its flow. All is part of the unfolding. Let us enter a meditation of trust. Close your eyes, if they are not already closed. Imagine yourself lying in a garden. Around you, seeds are planted. Some sprout quickly, green and tender. Others remain hidden, their roots deepening in silence. With each inhale, I feel the patience of the earth. With each exhale, release the demand for timing. Whisper softly, when the season comes, it will bloom. Now picture yourself as a flower in this garden. Perhaps you are still beneath the soil. Perhaps you are already budding. Perhaps you are in full bloom. Whatever stage you are in, trust that it is right. The rain will come. The sun will rise. The season will turn. You need not compare yourself to other flowers. Each has its own rhythm, its own time. A story tells of two friends walking along a path. One saw a bud and tried to force it open, tearing at its petals to see the bloom. The flower, wounded, withered. The other friend waited, returning each day to water it, to admire its growth. When the time was right, it opened naturally, radiant and whole. The first friend saw only disappointment. The second saw beauty. The difference was not in the flower, but in their patience. So too with your life. Forcing wounds. Patience reveals beauty. Take another breath. Inhale patience. Exhale beauty. Rest in this rhythm. The Buddha reminded us that the Dharma comes not when we demand it, but when we are ready. This readiness is not perfection. It is simply openness. A heart willing to listen, a mind willing to soften, a spirit willing to trust. Imagine now that you are standing in a vast field beneath the night sky. Above you, countless stars shine. Some are visible, bright and near. Others are hidden by clouds, waiting for the sky to clear. Yet all are there, whether you see them or not. In the same way, Truth is always present, always shining. When the clouds of doubt and fear pass, it appears, not because it arrived, but because you were ready to see. As you drift towards sleep tonight, let yourself rest in this trust. You do not need to rush your blooming. You do not need to force your season. The Dharma will arrive as the flower opens, as the fruit ripens, as the stars appear when the sky is clear. Rest, dear one, in the perfect timing of life. Rest in the patience of the earth, the flow of the river, the rhythm of the seasons. Rest in the trust that what is meant for you will bloom, not when you demand, but when you are ready. There is a kind of violence so subtle that we often overlook it. It is not the violence of harsh words or raised hands, but the violence of forcing, of trying to bend life to our will, of pulling at what is not ready, of pushing what should be allowed to unfold. Forcing may appear as care, but beneath it lies fear, impatience, and control. And in our forcing, we harm not only the world around us, but also our own hearts. Imagine a child who finds a flower bud in the garden. Eager to see its beauty, she takes the stem in her small hands and pulls at the petals, trying to open it. For a moment, she believes she is helping, that she is bringing the flower into bloom. But the petals tear, the bud withers, and the flower never becomes what it was meant to be. Not because the flower was incapable, but because it was forced before its time. Take a deep breath now. Inhale. Notice where in your life you may have pulled at a bud, trying to hurry its opening. Exhale, release the urge to force, letting the flower bloom in its own season. Feel how the body softens when you stop demanding life unfold faster than it is ready. The Buddha often compared the path to cultivation. Seeds must be planted, watered, tended with care, but no amount of shouting, pulling, or rushing will make them sprout sooner. To force is to destroy. To nurture is to trust. A parable tells of a young man who wished to become wise. Each day, he demanded answers from his teacher, pressing for secrets, pushing for speed. Finally, the teacher gave him a small bird's egg and told him to open it. The man cracked the shell, and the fragile chick inside perished. The teacher said gently, "Wisdom, like life, must hatch in its own time. If you force it, you kill it. If you wait, it will emerge strong." So it is with our dreams, our healing, our relationships. When we force, we harm. When we allow, we nurture. Bring awareness now to your breath. Notice if it feels tight, as though you are trying to control it. Let it soften. Inhale, the breath comes naturally. Exhale, the breath releases naturally. This is the rhythm of life when it is not forced. Consider the ways we force ourselves. We demand that we always be productive, always be strong, always be perfect. We scold ourselves for not being far enough along, for not healing quickly enough, for not living up to an impossible standard. This, too, is subtle violence. It tears at the tender bud of the heart, leaving it bruised and weary. Pause and place a hand gently on your chest. Whisper softly, "I will not force myself to bloom before my season." Feel how your body responds to that kindness, how the tightness begins to loosen, how the heart sighs in relief. Another story tells of a man who wanted his child to walk before she was ready. Each day he stood her on her small legs, urging her to move. She fell, cried, grew fearful. At last, he stopped forcing. In time, the child walked on her own, stronger, because she had grown at her own pace. The father learned that love does not rush. It waits. It trusts. It supports without control. This is the difference between nurturing and forcing. Nurturing is gentle, patient, aligned with the rhythm of growth. Forcing is impatient, anxious, desperate to control outcomes. Nurturing builds strength. Forcing breaks what is tender. Breathe again. Inhale, nurturing. Exhale, release of forcing. Inhale, patience. Exhale, trust. Let us enter a meditation of gentleness. Imagine you are in a wide meadow at sunrise. Around you are countless buds, each one a possibility, a dream, a part of your life. Some are beginning to open. Others are still tightly closed. Instead of pulling, you kneel beside them. You water them with kindness. You protect them with presence. You whisper to them, when you are ready, bloom, one by one, in their own time. The flowers open, filling the meadow with fragrance and color. None were forced, and all became what they were meant to be. Feel how your body responds to this image. Notice how the heart softens when you no longer demand. Notice how peace arises when you allow timing to unfold. The Buddha once said that true compassion is gentle, never harsh, never hurried. Forcing is the shadow of fear disguised as care. Compassion is the sunlight of patience that allows growth. Think of the people in your life. Perhaps you have tried to force their growth, their choices, their healing. Perhaps you believed you were helping, but instead you created resistance. Can you now imagine offering them the gift of space, the freedom to unfold at their own pace? This does not mean abandoning them. It means supporting them with trust rather than control. Another parable tells of a sculptor carving a statue. Impatient, he struck too hard, and the stone cracked. Later, he learned to move slowly, gently, listening to the stone, aligning with its nature. The statue that emerged was not the product of force, but of patient attention. So too with your life. Force cracks. Gentleness reveals beauty. As you rest deeper now, imagine your body as that meadow of flowers. Some parts of you are already blooming. Others are still closed, waiting for their season. Trust that each part of you will open when it is ready. You do not need to force your healing. You do not need to demand your peace. You only need to rest. Ta nurture. To wait with love. Take another deep breath. Inhale, I trust the timing. Exhale, I release the forcing. Whisper softly, I bloom in my own season. Tonight, let the subtle violence of forcing fall away. Let the buds rest. Let the flowers bloom in their time. Let your body sink into the bed, nurtured, not rushed, held, not forced. Detachment is often mistaken for coldness, for indifference, for turning away from love. Yet in truth, detachment is love, purified of fear. It is compassion unchained, tenderness without demand, affection that does not grasp. To love with detachment is not to love less, but to love more freely, more fully, more gently. It is to hold another, not as a possession, but as a precious being, free to walk their path, while still cherished in your heart. Imagine holding a small bird in your hands. If you close your fists around it, the bird will suffer, and so will you. If you refuse to touch it at all, fearing pain, you miss its beauty. But if you hold it gently, palms open, allowing it to breathe, to rest, to fly when it is ready, then you have discovered the essence of compassionate love. Take a deep breath now. Inhale, imagine your heart opening like two gentle palms. Exhale, imagine a soft light resting there, a symbol of love held freely. Notice the warmth, the ease, the safety in this way of holding. The Buddha spoke often of metta loving kindness. He taught that true love is unconditional, without attachment to return, without fear of loss. Detachment does not harden love. It softens it, makes it boundless. It is the difference between a flame trapped in glass and a flame open to the air. The first suffocates, the second shines. A story is told of a mother who clung fiercely to her child, fearing every danger, gripping every choice. Her love was strong, but heavy with fear. Another mother loved with trust. She guided, she protected, but she also allowed space for her child to grow, to stumble, to rise again. The first mother's love imprisoned, the second mother's love liberated. Both cared deeply, but only the second gave her child wings. So it is with all our loves. Fear makes us clutch. Compassion makes us release. Detachment is not the absence of love, but its flowering into freedom. Breathe again. Inhale, compassion flows in. Exhale, compassion flows out. Whisper softly, "May my love be free." Now, let us practice a heart meditation together. Bring your awareness to the center of your chest. Imagine a lotus flower there, closed but ready to bloom. With each inhale, the petals open slightly. With each exhale, they soften further, slowly, with breath as sunlight and awareness as water. The lotus blossoms, radiant and calm. At its center is a glowing light, warm and steady. This is your compassionate heart. Picture this light expanding. First, filling your chest, then your whole body. Feel it warming your arms, your legs, your face. With each breath, it grows brighter, extending beyond your body, filling the room, touching everything around you. This light is your love, not chained to one person, not limited by fear, but flowing freely, endlessly. Now, bring to mind someone you love deeply. Imagine them standing before you, bathed in the light of your heart. Whisper silently, "May you be free. May you be safe. May you be happy." Notice how your love feels when it blesses them without trying to bind them. when it gives without expectation. This is compassionate love, tender, unconditional, detached from fear. Next, bring to mind someone you know only a little, a stranger, perhaps, or a distant acquaintance. See them too, surrounded by your light. Whisper, "May you be free. May you be safe. May you be happy." Notice how compassion expands beyond familiarity, flowing naturally when the heart is open. Finally, to bring to mind someone with whom you struggle, see them not as their actions, but as a being with longings, fears, wounds, just like you. Let the light of your heart touch them gently. Whisper, "May you be free. May you be safe. May you be happy." This does not mean condoning harm. It means freeing your heart from chains of anger, allowing compassion to flow even where it is difficult. Breathe deeply. Inhale, love without fear. Exhale, love without chains. A parable tells of two lanterns. One is guarded jealously, hidden away, so no one else can see. Its flame grows weak, suffocated. The other is placed on a windowsill, shining freely into the night. Travelers see it from afar, and it guides them safely home. Which lantern is more loving? The one that clings, or the one that shines? Compassionate love is the lantern on the windowsill, glowing for all, brightened, not diminished, by its freedom. As you rest now, imagine your heart as that lantern. Feel the warmth glowing inside you. Let it shine outward, lighting the paths of those you love, of strangers, even of those you do not understand. You do not need to control where the light falls. You only need to let it shine. The Buddha taught that to love without attachment is to love with wisdom, to see clearly that all beings are impermanent, that all relationships are fluid, and yet to love fully within that truth. It is not a smaller love. It is larger, deeper, more real. Take another breath. Inhale, my heart is open. Exhale, my love is free. Whisper softly, I love without chains. Imagine yourself now standing in a wide field at dusk. The sky glows with soft colors, and your heart shines like a lantern in your chest. Around you, countless other lanterns begin to glow the hearts of all beings, each with its own light. Together, the field becomes bright, a constellation of compassion on earth. You realize then that love was never yours to own, never yours to hoard. It was always a light shared, flowing endlessly through the universe. As you drift toward sleep, rest in this truth. Detachment is not the end of love. It is the beginning of love's true form. Love that frees instead of binds. Love that gives instead of clutches. Love that endures because it does not demand. Rest in the glow of your lantern heart. Rest in the peace of compassion. Rest in the freedom of love unchained. One of the deepest illusions we carry is the belief that we are in control. We plan, we predict, we grasp, convinced that if we hold tightly enough, life will bend to our will. Yet again and again, reality shows us otherwise. The tides do not answer to our command. The seasons do not pause for our convenience. Even our own bodies age and change beyond our control. To cling to the illusion of control is to invite endless frustration. To release it is to discover peace. Imagine a fisherman who depends on the sea for his livelihood. Each morning he sets out in his boat, casting his nets into the water. Some days the sea is calm, and his nets are full. Other days the sea is stormy, and he returns empty-handed. At first, he curses the tides, shaking his fists at the waves, believing that if he is angry enough, they will change. But the sea remains the sea. In time, the fisherman learns a new way. He no longer demands the sea obey him. Instead, he studies its patterns, learns its rhythms, and moves with them. He casts his nets when the tide is right, rests when the storm is strong, and gives thanks for whatever the waters provide. In surrendering control, he finds not loss, but harmony. Take a breath now. Inhale, imagine the vast sea before you. Exhale, release the need to command its waves. Notice the relief in your body when you stop demanding the impossible. The Buddha often spoke of anatta, no self. The truth that the I we cling to is not fixed, not solid, not in control as we imagine. We believe there is a permanent self steering the wheel. Yet, when we look closely, what we find is a flow of thoughts, sensations, feelings, conditions, all arising and passing. Control is not in our hands. Awareness is. Presence is. Love is. But control is an illusion. A story tells of a king who feared death. He commanded his advisors to find a way to make him live forever. They searched, but none could grant his wish. Finally, a monk said to him, "You cannot control death, but you can live each day with such presence that death will find no regrets in you." The king wept, realizing he had spent his life trying to control what was never his, instead of living the life that was. So it is with us. We may try to control outcomes, but in doing so, we miss the beauty of the moment unfolding. The child's laughter, the warmth of tea, the sound of rain all pass unnoticed while we tighten our grip on tomorrow. Breathe again. Inhale presence. Exhale surrender. Whisper softly, "I release what I cannot control." Another parable tells of a man standing on the shore, holding a rope tied to a boat. The tide begins to rise, the current pulling the boat out to sea. The man grips tighter, digging his heels into the sand, straining until his arms ache. But the tide is stronger than him. At last, exhausted, he lets go. The rope slips from his hands, and he falls back onto the sand. Relieved, he realizes then that the suffering was not in the tide, but in his refusal to release. This is the lesson of surrender. Life is fast, mysterious, uncontrollable. Our peace comes not from commanding it, but from aligning with it, from releasing the rope, from lying back and watching the stars above the sea. Pause now and notice where in your life you are gripping the rope. Perhaps it is a relationship, an outcome, a version of yourself you cling to. Feel the strain of that grip. With your exhale, imagine letting the rope slip from your hands. Feel the relief. the freedom, the peace of surrender. The Buddha taught that clinging to control is clinging to illusion. He said, "Just as a man tries to control the wind with his fists, so too does the fool try to control the world. The wise man builds a sail. The sail does not command the wind. It aligns with it. In this alignment, the boat moves swiftly, easily, joyfully." Imagine yourself now on a small boat beneath a wide sky. The wind begins to blow. Instead of resisting, you raise a sail. The boat glides forward, guided not by your force but by your alignment. This is the practice of surrender. This is the peace of releasing control. Let us enter a meditation of surrender. Close your eyes and bring awareness to your breath. With each inhale, imagine gathering all the things you try to control outcomes. Fears, expectations. With each exhale, imagine placing them into the sea, watching them dissolve into the waves. Inhale, gathering. Exhale, surrendering. Rest in this rhythm. Soft, steady, freeing. Feel how your body responds. The shoulders drop. The jaw softens. The chest eases. Control is a heavy weight. Release is a gentle freedom. Another story tells of a man who spent years building a dam to stop a river. He believed that only if the river stood still could he find peace. But the dam eventually broke, flooding the valley. In despair, he sought a teacher. The teacher said, "The river was never the enemy. You made it so by trying to stop it. Had you floated with it, it would have carried you gently. So too with your life. The river of events, the tide of time, the wind of change, they are not enemies to be conquered. They are currents to be trusted." Take another breath. Inhale, trust. Exhale, surrender. Whisper softly, "The river carries me." Tonight, as you rest, imagine the rope slipping from your hands, the sail rising, the boat gliding, the tide carrying you. You do not need to control the sea. You only need to trust it. You do not need to control life. You only need to live it. Rest now in the vastness of the ocean, in the mystery of the tides, in the peace of surrender. Rest in the freedom that comes when you finally release the illusion of control. All along this journey, we have spoken of letting go of desire, of anger, of fear, of control. Yet the deepest release of all is the release of the I itself. The Buddha called this truth anatta, no self. At first, it may sound frightening, as though it means losing who we are. But in reality, it is the ultimate freedom, the peace of realizing that the small self we cling to was never solid, never fixed, never separate from the whole of life. Imagine a wave rising on the surface of the sea. For a time, it believes, "I am a wave. I am separate. I am special. I must fight to survive." And so, it fears the shore. It fears the wind. It fears the moment it will dissolve. But when the wave finally reaches the beach and falls back into the sea, it realizes it was never separate. It was water all along. The rising and the falling were only forms. The ocean remained vast, endless, unchanged. Take a deep breath now. Inhale. Imagine yourself as that wave, rising, Exhale. Imagine yourself dissolving gently into the sea. Feel the relief in that image. No more need to cling. No more need to fear. You are not lost. You are home. The Buddha taught that what we call I is a collection of conditions: body, feelings, thoughts, perceptions. They arise. They pass. They change, like clouds in the sky. To cling to them as permanent is to suffer. To release them is to awaken. No self does not mean nothingness. It means spaciousness, interbeing, freedom from the cage of separateness. A story tells of a monk who sat beside a candle. He asked his students, "Where is the flame? Is it in the wax, in the wick, in the spark, or in all of these together?" The students could not answer. The monk smiled and said, "Just so with the self. You search for an I, but it is only conditions meeting, arising, passing. There is no fixed flame, only the dance of causes." So it is with us. The self we cling to is like the flame, beautiful, useful, but not a separate entity. When we release the need to defend I, we discover peace as wide as the sea, as vast as the sky. Pause now and bring your awareness to your breath. Notice how it rises and falls without asking permission. Notice how thoughts appear and vanish without your control. Notice how sensations ripple through the body, changing moment by moment. Where is the I that owns these? Look gently and see there is only flow, only process, only life unfolding. And in this realization, a deep calm arises. Another parable tells of a traveler who looked into a mirror for the first time. Startled, he believed the reflection was another person. He tried to control it, to please it, to fear it. Only later did he realize it was only his image. The self is like that reflection, useful, visible, but not ultimately real. To see this is to be free. Breathe again. Inhale spaciousness. Exhale release of I. Whisper softly, "I am more than self. I am life itself." When we release the self, love expands without boundary. If I am only me, then I love a few and fear the rest. But if I am life itself, then all beings are part of me, all joys and sorrows shared. Compassion becomes natural, infinite, unforced. Imagine now that you are lying beneath a night sky. The stars stretch endlessly, galaxies upon galaxies. At first, you feel small, a single self beneath the vastness. But then you realize the atoms in your body were born in these very stars. You are not beneath the sky. You are the sky. You are not outside the universe. You are the universe breathing itself. The illusion of separateness falls away, and in its place is peace, vast and unshakable. Let us enter a final meditation together. Close your eyes. Feel your breath. With each inhale, imagine the boundaries of I softening. With each exhale, imagine dissolving gently into the whole, into the earth that holds you, the air that moves through you, the stars that shine above you. Inhale, softening. Exhale, dissolving. Rest in this rhythm. Notice how safe it feels to let go of the small self. Notice how spacious it feels to become the sea instead of the wave, the sky instead of the cloud, the universe instead of the fragment. This is liberation. This is awakening. The Buddha said, "In the seeing of no self, there is freedom. Freedom from fear of loss, because there is no separate I to lose. Freedom from fear of death, because life continues beyond the form. You once called me freedom from endless craving, because you are already complete, already whole, already the vast ocean of being." Take another breath. Inhale freedom. Exhale peace. Whisper softly, "I am home." As you drift into sleep, let the wave return to the sea. Let the I dissolve into the vastness. You do not need to hold. You do not need to fight. You do not need to cling. You are carried. You are infinite. You are free. Rest, dear one, in this final release. Rest in the truth that you are not the small self, but the great life itself. Rest in the peace of the ocean, the silence of the sky, the freedom of no self.